It is that time of the week. Mondays. Mondays. The mutual hate. Good to see you all. Hey, it's me again. Look at that. The mutual hate that Mondays and I share. Well, used to share. I enjoy them a lot more now that I get to actually, come on here, spend them with y'all, talk about nerd stuff. The Mondays have gotten a lot better because of that. We're here to talk today about 3.18. Star Citizen 3.18. New patch is coming out probably pretty soon. PTU. Yeah, let's do the giveaway first. Good call, Mrs. Tomato. I'm gonna get that up here. She's on she's on the job because it slips my mind. But we're going over 3.18 today. The features coming up, what we're expecting in the patch, what CIG's been saying about the patch, and what we can look forward to. Welcome everybody. Good to see you. Happy to be here. DJ Catmom coming in first on the chat. Early gang rise up. Thank you so much for being here. Appreciate ya. Let's see. I'm gonna pull this up real quick, guys. If you are on Twitch, this is your last couple of chances, and if you're on YouTube, you can always hit the link down in the video description to head over to the Twitch giveaway on Stream Elements. But I'm about to close up. We were giving away a game package with an Aurora. I was supposed to give it away at the end of Saturday, and I didn't, so we're doing it right now on Monday. So I'll leave that open for a couple minutes while I say hi, and then we'll go ahead and pull the winner and get started on the 3.18 details. If you're here as like a video type of thing and you don't care about this stuff, just skip forward a couple minutes. We'll be talking about interesting things soon, eventually. Oh, this music's kind of loud. Guilherme Garrido, hype for 3.18. Well, thanks for coming to check this out. Josh, good to see you. Francesco, welcome off. Eric White, hello, Frenchie. How you doing, dude? Imagine Turkey to the USA by a fast spaceship. That would save some time. Oh, well. I mean, if I could travel around the planet in a spaceship, life would be much better, wouldn't it? Space Nord, good to see ya. Can't wait for some Salvage Flame. Yo, Salvage is gonna be fun. We've got so I've got all these tabs up here are all things that we're gonna be going over today that are coming to 3.18, and we'll talk about them, discuss them, look into the backgrounds of them, what the devs are saying, and all that jazz. It's gonna be a nice full, it's a dense stream. It's like that good chocolate cake you got at that fancy restaurant that one time and you couldn't eat all of it because you were full, but you regret it because it was so good. Very specific, I know. We will be salvaging our other ships, so I'm sure that won't be a rarity, and I'm sure they will eventually drop the value of RMC so that people don't abuse that so much. Recent 36-hour layover, so you know what it's like. 36-hour layover. Get out of here, I'll just walk home. Is the PTU out at the moment? No, it is not out at the moment. Didn't get delayed. It was never scheduled. They don't schedule a date for the PTU. So anybody who tells you there is a date that they say is just speculating. I don't know when they're planning on putting it out. It could be today, could be tomorrow, could be Wednesday, could be Thursday. Could be the end of December. Who knows? Something terrible could break, but I think it'll be sometime this week. It was expected today. Was it expected? Yeah, I guess people were thinking. I did say that if it wasn't on Friday, I was hoping it would be Monday. And it doesn't seem to be Monday, but who knows? The day is not quite over yet. Salt. Krona with the salt. Just in time. Good to see y'all. Welcome. How's the Dutch people doing today here? You guys, do you have a match today? Sorry, just getting distracted just real quickly here. Tomorrow. Okay, Argentina, Croatia tomorrow. Yo. Honestly, I would have loved to see Argentina versus France and Croatia versus Morocco, but you know what? Whatever happens, happens. It's a very interesting set of four. I like it. I'm interested in seeing what happens. Am I the next James Earl Jones? Nah, nobody can match good old James boy. Can't remember if you even entered the giveaway. Well, you got a chance on Twitch right now. You're not late this time, no? Nope, Kool-Aid Man, you're not late. We haven't even gotten started yet. Good morning, Ken. You've tempered your expectations about 3.18. You did get a vulture so hopeful for Salvage. Well, that's good. I think, you know, it's always easy to get hyped for a patch, and then when the patch comes, you know, you let the hype die a little bit, gets more realistic. It's more about the trends than the specific patches, but new features are always exciting. When is 3.18 dropping? That I can't answer you. I can talk about all the features that are going to be in it, but I cannot tell you when it might come. Does it go straight to live? No, we should be happy it doesn't. You were watching the show with X and Paul Shelley. The part where Dig showed up randomly was hilarious. Oh, yeah. I got to tell him, actually. I got to let him know we kept him in here. For those of you who haven't heard the podcast yet, for those of you who haven't heard the podcast that came out today, it was me, Execute, and Astropub talking about 3.18. And Dig That, who is another creator who sometimes comes on the podcast, dropped in to say hi to us. And it was the middle of the podcast recording. It's really funny. You'll see it if you listen. 07s, everybody. Proc Doc, Rig, Storm Notes, good to see you. Macex, welcome. Chat is delayed in YouTube. Is it really? I'm still catching up. I'm pretty far behind on chat because it starts before I start talking. What ships and vehicles will be available to buy in game with 3.18? That is one that I don't know, actually. I really hope the Hull A, the Scorpius, the Mule are all in 3.18. But that I don't know for sure. Podcast is sick. Glad you like it, Cadet. Any new missions coming for 3.18? Yeah, we'll go over those today. In fact, that's one that I did not have tabbed up here, but we'll definitely touch on those new missions coming in. How do you enter the 400i giveaway? Go ahead and type an exclamation point giveaway. You'll get a link to that. Thank you, McSkipster. Appreciate you. Orange Joe, thanks for the sub. Getting that raffle started for folks to get just a couple more points in for this ongoing giveaway. But since I have gotten through, I've caught up with chat. It always takes me, I would say, what is it, like the first 10 minutes or so? Just getting settled in, getting in there. Let me go ahead and pull this giveaway. Let's see who won a copy of Star Citizen today with an Aurora. Cheers, everybody who entered. Best of luck to you. 171 entrants, 1,300 tickets purchased, and don't worry, folks, if you didn't get in this one, we'll be starting another one soon. We're always kind of giving away the game every once in a while. I actually just saw the other day how much money we've actually spent on this game. And it's gone up so much since I started doing these. But cheers. We'll be doing another one probably for, I don't know, Mrs. Tomato. I'll let you decide the next one. Avenger, Nomad, maybe just like a mule. Definitely with a copy of the game. Maybe a cutter. Maybe we give away a cutter. We'll see. But next giveaway will be starting soon. So don't worry if you didn't get in this one, but I'm going to close it up. Do I have an F8C yet? No. How much is that? Why have a title stating new features and ships in 3.18, then say I don't know? What? Oh, so when I say new ships coming in 3.18, these are the ships that they're releasing into the game. The ship that I'm being asked about is already in the game. What they're asking is, will it be available for purchase in game, which they don't actually give us advanced information on. I'm just talking about all the stuff that they have already confirmed is going to be in 3.18. All right, drawing the winner here for Salty McLovin. That's a solid name. Family friendly. I like it. Brand friendly. It's good. Listen, Salty McLovin. 7.74% chance of winning. Congrats, my friend. If you are here, congratulations to you. If not, we'll reach out. I think I've got the name here. Make sure to send that over to my good manager, Mrs. Tomato. And we'll be in your DMs, my friend. We'll be sliding right in there with a new ship and a copy of Star Citizen. Congratulations. Still don't know how to enter rig. So that giveaway is on Twitch. It's not on YouTube. The YouTube giveaway, the one that you would want to get entered into, and honestly, the bot might not be working, but it should be. Whoops. Nope. In order to get into that giveaway, you're actually going to be on Twitch. But if you want to get into the 400i giveaway that's going on, I'll drop that link for you here. There you go, Rig. On Wednesday's stream, we'll get another one going. Yeah. This is more of a content plus feature gameplay update than a ship update. Yeah, there's only one ship coming in Star Citizen 318. It's what we've got here, right here, the Vulture. So this is the only ship we'll be covering today. Everything else would be concept or already in game. Maybe they'll release something straight to flyable in 318. That'd be interesting. That would be unexpected, but I don't know. This is all only the stuff that I know. All right, I think I'm all caught up. So let's get started. First and most important thing with 318 is something you've probably already heard about, which is what Jake says right here. Community manager Jake Acapella says, hey folks, just confirmed this morning that Alpha 318's wipe will include items, wallets, reputation, which are the three prongs of everything that matters to us in game. But basically this means that all of your ships, items, and vehicles that you've earned in game will be gone. Unless you've gotten them through, say, a special event, or a dynamic event, or participation in something. Anything that's been attributed to your account for doing something is good. But if you've picked up loot, grabbed a weapon, bought some armor or a ship, that stuff will all be gone. And working on a video for this to kind of explain why these wipes happen. But long story short, basically two main reasons. First is when they start getting bad data based on exploits or problems that have been created by themselves or by us. So like 3.17.2, they had a wipe, and part of the reason that they were wiping progress then was because of money problems. We're giving them basically, they couldn't trust the data that they were getting based on how people were playing. So if an exploit comes out, everybody gets millions. Obviously people play the game differently. It changes the way that the testing actually works, and they get bad data. In addition to that, obviously you're not really testing the economy anymore at that point. So they try to get rid of things that come up because of huge exploits or glitches that have given people a ton of extra stuff. The other reason that they wipe is because of big back-end infrastructure changes. We saw that happen when loot tables were introduced in 3.15 with local inventories coming in that patch as well. And now we're seeing it again with persistent entity streaming as they kind of change the way that objects are tracked and recorded in the game. So I don't expect to see this kind of wipe, items, wallet, and reputation, that often, because we don't really have major changes of backend like we are with this patch. But I do think we'll have more than usual over the next few years with things like server meshing coming on, because that is, again, a big back-end change. I think for the most part, they want to try and at least keep reputation consistent and only have to wipe our items and our wallet. So I would expect reputation to go more untouched as we go along, like it did in 3.17 too. What's good, Maverick? Just recently got into SC and discovered the channel, top-notch quality content you put out on Star Citizen. Keep it up, brother. Thank you, Mav. Appreciate you being here. Thanks for dropping in on the chat. And username, thanks for the $5 super chat. You just got called for your x-ray. Catch you in about 20 minutes. Best of luck, my friend. Enjoy the bzz, bzz, bzz. X-rays aren't good for us, huh? Do I think the Mercury Star Runner is a good ship to start out with? I think it's a bit much to start out with. Like, honestly, I would go with something like a Cutlass before an MSR. MSR is kind of big. Good morning, Traveling Anvil. There's less than 0.05% So about 1 in 2,000 chance of getting the 400i. So good luck. Wow, does it tell you those chances? Any word on Corsair? Keep in mind, the entries aren't equal to people. I think one person can put in like 12 entries if they're on Patreon and stuff. So, it might be a little different. Any word on the Corsair Atmo rework? I heard something about it at some point. I haven't seen anything about that for 3.18. No. I kind of doubt that they would get anything in for this patch, to be honest. 3.18.1 maybe. But it's possible they could get it fixed. Marius, you started a year ago and fell headfirst down this rabbit hole. We need Salvage to find Lost Crew and Rex. Yo. People from 1 year ago, people from 5 years ago. No, that's one thing they can all get behind. Please just put Salvage out. Make it stop. Super Pinoy, thank you for the membership on YouTube. Thanks for becoming a member, joining the club. Enjoy the exclusive videos. Good morning, Cheranova. Tomato talk with the coffee. Ooh, I love tomatoes and coffee. Such a great combo. It's like, yeah! Drop some tomato juice in my decaf. Well, Reclaimer's okay for newcomers. I think Mercury is pretty big, but I'd say go ahead and give it a Reclaimer. So that's 1 out of 2,000 if you do all 18 submissions. Jeez, that's much more submissions than I thought there'd be. Huh. Maybe I'll have to lower the available submission options. I guess I'll be flying under SCU with VTOL until then. Does it really not fly that well? I haven't gotten to fly the Corsair too much yet. Do I think manual load and unload will be added fast now that physical inventory boxes is? We talked about that on the podcast a little bit. Astropub and Execute both believe that physical loading and unloading, freight elevators, persistent hangars, all that stuff will be available next year. They think that we'll see the next version of the cargo refactor next year. I'm hopeful. Can't say I'm sure, but I certainly hope we do see that. And I guess, you could put that in your kind of expecting list. Submissions. Whew. No news on the OpenPTU just yet. All right, next thing we're going over, coming in 3.18. We actually went over this last week because, well, that's when it was introduced. But this is part of what they do, and let me know if the music's too loud, by the way. It does seem to be getting a little bit up there. Just gonna put it down a little bit. This is part of something they've been doing over the last few patches that is kind of nice. I want to say this isn't because of the way that they changed the roadmap. Nah, never mind. I'm not even going to bring up that conversation. This has been nice. They've been doing these patch watches on Spectrum where they talk about like some very small additions they're making to the updates, things that we would have gotten before, but I think these are a little bit more significant. Generally things like the 30K kind of thing that came up, or the fact that the servers got bigger, the ATC key binding, that kind of stuff is what they usually put in this. So they're like not major features that would go on the roadmap, but they're like little things that fit in that make the game a little bit better for us. And we've been getting them pretty consistently with every patch. So this is just another one. You switch to Twitch just for tomato streams and the UI here is so bloated. People actually prefer the Twitch UI over YouTube a lot of the time. So it's interesting to hear your take on it. You haven't seen anything in the bug fixes, but do you think docking will be fixed? Oh, docking broke? Huh, I wonder why that is. They were actually... Hold on. Let's dive into the monthly report real quick. Because... They were just talking about docking, I believe. Mentioned something about it. Supported the docking and add transit features. Both continue to be long-term requirements for the team as each release poses new issues, particularly with transit, which will likely remain until the launch of the new transit system. Okay, so I don't know if they're saying that both of these things create issues until the transit system comes in, or if they're saying that both of these things create issues, but the transit particularly so until the new transit system comes in. Either way, it does look like they're saying that docking is undergoing work and will have problems. So that could explain why docking is broken right now. Nothing else in this report about it, but that's best we know. You've never seen a dock or an undock happen? Really? We used to do it a lot when it first came into the game, and then we were all like, docking is cool, but we don't really have to do it. I think I've been on I've docked with a Constellation probably like 2 or 3 times, and I've been inside of a docking 890 jump a couple times. Crash and Claim is the new docking. I think Crash and Claim was the dock before docking was docking. Any news on the C1? Not that I know of. No, I haven't heard anything. All right, so additional key bindings are kind of part of this patch watch. They added new key bindings for gimbal swaps, which, to be honest, I don't know how the gimbal swaps work. I just press G until the circle comes up, and I'm like, yeah, that's what I like. G key short press will only swap between fixed and auto gimbal modes, while a G long press will activate manual gimbal mode. So there's 3 different gimbal modes, yeah? You got fixed, auto, and manual. So auto gimbal mode is the one with the circle that I was talking about, where it kind of tracks onto you. Manual, it's no circle, but you're aiming wherever the gimbals go. And then fixed, obviously, surprise, it's fixed. Let's see. Additionally, there are now key bindings to directly select fixed, auto, and manual gimbal modes. So I guess you can set it separately too, which will be nice to put on your HOTAS. The death count down there is because of I die a lot in Star Citizen. I'm not very good at playing this game. Many of you know after watching me these last couple of weeks. So I decided to put that up last January and start tracking how much I die. And to believe it or not, I started dying much less when I started tracking it. And I think this is probably the most times I will die in a year, because it's only going to get more serious from here, but I'm interested in seeing how that goes, if that actually happens. Can you guys tell me, is my voice off? Is the visual off from the audio? Because I hate that. All right. Next up that this changed on here was the toggle for the pip type. Basically just giving you a key binding to toggle between lead or lag pips. Don't think so? It's looking okay on the audio sync? Good. I will say my words with a very exaggerated mouth, just to make sure. Video is lagging behind audio, a grunt. Just a grunt. All right, I'll tell you what then. I'm going to delay the audio also by a grunt. Now, tell me if it's better. Oh, 300 milliseconds. I just added like 30 milliseconds. You're running about 15 frames. Yeah, so that's the... You know what? That's something that I could probably... I need to get a new capture card. Obviously, because we're running at 15 frames. If you have the chance to get a capture card for your camera, don't get a cam link. They mess you up. I've gone through like 2 of them now. Jaybird, you feeling sick? Holmes. Go lay down. Get some water. Get some rest, my friend. I hope you feel better. Send all of your hopes. Send your stream, your Twitch hopes. No, but really, Jaybird, we hope you get better. Love to see your lovely, I can't say your lovely face, your lovely text in the chat, my friend. One death every 3 days, that's pretty good. Well, you have to keep in mind, I don't play this game that much. So I stream Star Citizen, but most of the time we're just talking. So we would have to see how many hours I actually played. But yeah, I died not that much this year, surprisingly. And give some credit to Guard and Security. I think I remember once or twice somebody from the Guard had taken me out. Some of these numbers are self-inflicted. And I don't mean myself, I mean my org self. Well, that was a weird sound, water bottle. Don't do that. Because I'm not playing with you so much? Is that why I'm not dying? Good to see you, John. How are you doing, dude? How's your weekend? You feel sick, but it's because of all the salt CIG's been feeding you? Oh, you just gotta mix that with some fish, you know? Salted fish. It's good for a uneasy stomach. It's great get well soon food. You ever have your ships blow up randomly? Oh, yeah. Yeah. It counts deaths due to bugs as well. What brand of water bottle is this? I actually don't know. My wife gets it. It's called S Simple Modern. I don't know. It's okay. It gets the job done. It's not my favorite water bottle, but it's big boy. And it keeps my water cold. Challenge for you. Play Star Citizen for 12 hours and look if you still have your insanity. I've done it. We've done it on this stream. We've gone for 12 hours in Star Citizen and it was terrible. The last few hours I was dying. It is Monday, Darksteel. My weekend was great. What's the link to that page? I just joined and want to read it. This? Yeah, sure. I can throw it down here for you. Most important part of keeping Tomat alive is having drink in your backpack. I do dehydrate a lot in this game. It's kind of like real life. Another small change they threw in was ESP. 2 new hold key bindings will be added to allow you to momentarily enable ESP by holding down the button. ESP is in enhanced stick precision. Something that you use for joysticks to enhance your precision of your stick. So it's actually something that I think most people don't use or really care about, but this is nice for people with joysticks who especially have dual stage triggers. It's just basically it helps with aim and making it a little easier to aim with the joystick, but not something that I mean, combat people know this stuff. I'm not a combat person. You all know this. So we'll move on. Separate key bindings for deploying and retracting landing gear. Interesting. In addition to the current toggle, you will be able to set keys to specific deploy or retract your landing gear, which is required for hardware switches. Oh, I see. So if you have a switch that's like a toggle, they're basically making it so that one side of the toggle can be retract, one side can be engage. You have a handle for landing gear. I'm wondering if there is any use for that outside of specific hardware controls. Like, would you, as a game function, need to disconnect those functions? No. I think the most important thing would just be disengaging those from the state of the ship, like wings and stuff, which they've already done. But that's cool for when it comes to controls. You also been playing SC for 6 days and did, oh my gosh, 12 to 14 hours daily? What? Wow, that's a lot of time playing. Hey, you know, on Mondays, once a month, I host a community show where I have people come on, and we've only done it once so far, but next Monday I'm planning on doing another one. You guys come on and we talk about just Star Citizen and a specific topic at hand. Generally it's limited to people who are regularly active on my Discord server, just to kind of give those people more of a voice in the community. if you want to join and check that out, hop on the Discord, chat a little bit, get some points, come on there, because I'd love to hear a little more about that. And I bet other people would too. That's a lot of Star Citizen in a small amount of time. You don't know if your trigger is dual stage, you hope so. ESP adds dampening to keep you from overshooting targets. It can cause problems when fighting in close. A switch can help with that. Yeah, ESP used to be really bad. Used to throw your aim off. Specifically for flight sim setups with the landing gear handle. Okay. Put me in, coach. Put me in the game, coach. Hey, username. You're back. It was just a few x-rays of the knee. What happened to your knee? I also have knee trouble and makes me feel a little older than I am, I think. Is this a new patch watch? No. This is from last week. Or a couple weeks ago. Where is the Discord link? Oh, did I remove it? I might have removed it on this stream because I accidentally deleted it in the description. Easiest way to find it would be to go to my YouTube. Oh, there it is. I'll just drop it in chat for you. We have a bot on YouTube that should give you the link when you ask for it, but for some reason it hasn't been working. Astropub is here. Dude. You want to tell everybody about your big your big prediction for next year, or would you like to have them find it out on the podcast? Do you expect people to try and make box forts? I do. I think, yeah. You could, if you have a big enough org, like if you're part of Test Squadron or something, or ADI, and you've got, 200 plus people on your friends list that are all in this org that like to jump in together. All you have to do is make sure at least one person is in the server at all times. So you could technically, an org could build something up on a server, see how long it takes for it to despawn, and keep it going as long as there are people just always online. Because as long as you have some beacon in that server to, or in that shard to load into, everyone can get back. So yeah, I think we'll see some people building some stuff and trying to make it persist and seeing how they can experiment with it. And CIG is going to love them because they need that kind of data. Because nobody knows how PES is going to work all that well. Theaters of War next year is the big statement. Brother needs to get paid. Slow down, I can't keep up on your content releases, my dude, burning up my free time. It's yeah, I mean, it's nice to have Mrs. Tomato is just doing so much extra, like, not extra rather, just filling out the Space Tomato 2 videos, allowing us to put out more stuff throughout the week. Theaters of War next year would be huge. It would be huge. And I do hope that we see a sign. Just a sign. Oh, Lord. Oh, please, Lord, give me a fucking sign. I just want to, like, anything about Theaters of War from the Arena Commander team being like, yo, FPS is doing better. Like, something. But I don't know what to think of Theaters of War. 1 minute you're not here and bots arrive. Holston Coop, they're just waiting for you. All right, stopwatch is another thing that came up here. The HVAC's on in the background. Stopwatch was added to the flight HUD. So you can now pull up a stopwatch on your flight HUD while you're flying. This is more for the racing community because those of you who don't know, they've actually added a bunch of racetracks to the game. We'll go over those. But they've added a stopwatch so people can take time and record stuff. And I think that'll be useful for more than just racing. People will get creative with that. Loving that toy behind me, the mustache. It's freaking crazy, dude. Yeah, he's a creep. We got to come up with a name for this face behind me. You guys got anything? Got anything that works? I feel like it looks kind of like a Wilbert. or automathy. You think they just stopped promising it until the experience is just good? Yeah, they definitely, they like were not trying to talk about that for a while. Stopwatch is nice for traders too. Yeah, that's a good call. Be able to see your routes better. Solid. Solid. So I love these kinds of really, really small additions like a stopwatch that will make a pretty tangible difference to people playing the game. And they said they're not done with it right now. It's on the flight HUD, but eventually they want it to be on the visor. And we know that the visor is being worked on. They've definitely made some progress on it, so I'm imagining the lens and visor rework, went to building blocks earlier this year, which is probably what they wanted to get done before they built out the actual HUD, which is likely going to Squadron 42 once it's finished for like 6 months. Maybe we'll get lucky and they won't do that, but I feel like they might finish that up Q1, Q2 of 2023, and then maybe it would be in the PU by the end of next year. But we do see a big update coming to the HUD soon, and maybe they'll include the timer with that. What's up, Scarefather? Just found the channel. You make amazing videos, very well thought out and written. Great quick injection of info while being entertaining. Thank you. That's what I shoot for. That's some dang good feedback. I appreciate you. A compass, hopefully not. Next. Yeah, compass would be nice. I don't know how they're going to do that. Because it'd have to be different for every planet, right? After years of absence, Arena Commander, Star Marine, and Mirai Cup are getting some big updates as the team is now in place. That's how it feels for like a decent amount of some of the stuff they're putting out, right? Like locations and missions and stuff. It finally feels like they've got teams together that can do that stuff. But yeah, I look forward to Arena Commander and Star Marine specifically getting better, because I think those are probably going to be where we start to do a lot of our org stuff. At the point where they have those be simulations inside the PU and you're just in a ship and you get into SimPod and you do that stuff, that's when I'm going to be like, okay, let's hop into Arena Commander and like play a couple rounds while we're, I don't know, waiting to do a cargo run. That way you don't have to risk your life all the time in the PU, just have some fun. How's CIG going to do during this recession that's supposed to hit harder? No idea. I have no clue. I want to say that they've been trying to raise higher amounts of money over the last year in order to avoid that. But I don't even know if that's the case. They might just be trying to raise higher amounts of money just because they want more money. You'd not heard that AC is getting updated. Where is that? Not yet. Not getting updated just yet, but they're working on updating it. So if you go into the monthly reports, the same monthly report I just closed. Let's see, how do I open that again? Shift T, Control T, Shift Control T. What is the button? There we go. If you go down to the Arena Commander section, excuse me, you'll see that they are doing some updates to UI stuff. They're doing updates to the actual menus, and they're working on new maps. I think they have a new dogfighting map in the works. So they've been poking at it, trying to get it up to snuff for some kind of focus. Do I think we're getting into 318 this week? In the PTU? Yeah, I think so. You'd like to hope it's for a purpose, but the business model at the moment is not sustainable. Why do you think it's not sustainable? I would say it may be not sustainable like 7 or 8 years from now, but honestly, I used to think that it was going to slow down. I don't see that. I think as long as they're improving the game, adding features, releasing ships, they can continue to sell ships and fund the game. Maybe not at the growth that they're shooting for. That's for sure. I mean, they're trying to add what, like several hundred new jobs in one location in the next 2 years. Hopefully won't see too much of an effect from the recession on CIG. I think they'll have to make some hard decisions because of economic problems. But God knows how it's going to go. Lanier, I see you subbed. Thank you so much for the resub with that Prime. Appreciate you at 4 months. All planets would have some sort of magnetic field, and if you decide all planets rotate anti-clockwise, sunrise in the east and sets in the west. North and south are easy to define. No, I get that. But it's still an effort. It's like the idea of making every planet have its own atmosphere. Like, you still have to make sure it's right. And for those of us who have already seen the let's see, they have a bearing. They have something that you can see your bearings when you're on planets. And they tend to give us some problems, along with the altimeter also doing the same. So we kind of have some hesitancies about a compass that works across all the planets. The most important part thus far is that they are delivering are getting close to what they initially promised. They are falling short in some places, but they haven't fallen egregiously short. They do need to start focusing on actually delivering in a more timely fashion. I think I think the best thing that I'm seeing is things actually improving incrementally, rather than the additions like, say, Salvage, which is just getting added to the game. And yeah, that means progress. They're adding a feature. We also see some things that they're putting in the game and then very clearly coming back to 2 or 3 years later, because those were just things that were meant to function during this alpha phase. So like, some examples are the HUD design have definitely updated and improved over the years. Quantum travel is getting a rework right now, so kind of shows that the initial version was more for testing. This one, they're kind of starting to gear up more for the actual gameplay of it. See that with quantum boost being added and stuff. The interaction system is another one. Use button gang, rise up. Where are you? We know. God, my classics. You guys remember the use button. And we can see that they're about to introduce another iterative, better version of that. So the things that I know are going to be important to the game getting updated makes me feel more confident, for sure. I do hope we see a noticeable increase, though, in additions over the next couple of years as this background tech starts to get implemented. Sipos, thank you for becoming a member on YouTube. Enjoy your time there, my friend. Join us for the exclusive chats on Discord or the exclusive videos on the YouTube channel. Gange. Hollow table Gange. Rise up. The production output that is in place isn't disclosed, and the model they have is a potential promise for a product that they are rapidly falling behind on. Is that for why I probably I missed the previous statements on that one? It's a short-term funding solution without a track record of production output. Your yearly bottom line has essentially no groundwork for what you can provide for salaries or development. I think you're forgetting Squadron 42. I don't think that what they're doing right now is their long-term business model. I think what they're doing right now is what they're trying to do to fund Squadron, which is why most of the development's going to Squadron, and then they're hoping they will release Squadron 42 and get a pretty sizable influx of cash that keeps giving with purchases after that. Which, you know, is why they are probably, at least should be, trying to start to buff up their store of cosmetics, paints, items, flares, stuff that they can sell to people outside of ship sales to make money. I don't think they're ramping that up quite enough or the right way, but I do think that's something that they'll also use for income. Long term, though, I could see them using Squadron 42 Episode 1, Episode 2, and Episode 3 to be 3 AAA single-player games as funding, ship sales as funding, cosmetic sales as funding, and licensing out for their game engine as funding. I don't think that they're clueless on their short-term 10-year plan. They can still sell old concepts to new players, and with the new influx, it's going to be sizable. I mean, this game's still small. The amount of people who have joined Star Citizen isn't that big for an MMO. I think there's still a pretty sizable amount of the market that they could go after. You've been noticing a lot of new players recently? Definitely a lot in the last 2 years, yeah. Hope that once Squadron drops, it'll be sustainable baseline and do a drawdown on concept ship sales. Personal opinion, of course. Yeah, I think that's all of our hopes. CIGs most of all. You think episode 2 and 3 are going to be separate games? Oh, they'll definitely be. Yeah, we know that it's going to be a trilogy. Can't see this game surviving on the MMO side after launch without a subscription model. Why not? It is fair to say it'll be tricky. It's going to be tough for them to keep the funding consistent. I think there will be a downsize, and I think we talked about this in a recent podcast at some point. There will be a downsize. They're probably not going to be paying a team of 1,000 people for the PU for a long time. The high learning curve puts people off. Without a tutorial, I can see Squadron being used as a tutorial and help bring more players in. And Star Citizen will have a tutorial at some point. I mean, we already see. That's actually one of the things. This is in a video. Let's see if we can find it. One of the videos that we're going over today is half a feature that we're interested in and half them just describing how they're changing the new player experience in game. They're working on that stuff. If you look up the new player experience, you see that they've had 8 teams working pretty solid on it for the latter half of 2022. And I think this is the kind of thing that will also fall in line with FPS scanning and some of the new interaction stuff we've seen being improved, which is also finishing up early next year. I think there's a lot of stuff that they're working on to make the new player experience better. Anyways, let's get back to the patch watch. What's coming in 3.18? We're way off base here. All right, so we did the stopwatch. The next thing was the balance shields. I don't have much to say on this, honestly. I'm not great when it comes to combat. Not a great person to come to for combat assistance, unless you're asking about Halo. I can help you with that. But when it comes to spaceship combat, I'm very much a beginner, so I don't have much to say about this. But Astropub in the chat did have something to say about this, and it seems like this is being taken rather negatively by a decent amount of the community. But it also seems like a change that's in anticipation of physical damage to our ship armor, which is going to come at some point. We'll have 2 versions of protection for our ship, shields and armor, and this feels like it's kind of starting to play around with that a bit. The change says ballistic shield penetration will be largely increased. With this change, even strong shields will only scrub off a few % of incoming ballistic damage. Related but not quite ready for 3.18, we're working on weapon diversification, which will strongly influence weapon performance parameters and ammo counts. This is planned for a later patch next year. So this is adding on to the balanced things they were doing with weapons last year, earlier this year. The combat continues to evolve. We get to have healthy SC discussions. We do. Yeah, I've noticed that you guys, nobody really yells at us if we get off topic a little bit. So I appreciate that. Wonder if the cutter isn't in preparation for that. High armor, lacking shields. Woo! Is the cutter supposed to have high armor? That doesn't sound like Drake. Next change on the balance pass is health component and distortion pass. The health of items will be increased to have less chance of being immediately destroyed by a single missile hit. Yay! Distortion numbers are also changing. Coolers will not be affected by distortion to avoid deadlocking. Power plants will not scale down their power output with increased distortion damage, but instead binarily shut off once distortion damage is too high. Basically, there's an on-off switch with distortion damage. Once you take in enough fire from a ship using distortion weapons, your ship will just turn off. Power plants will then take 5 minutes to recover, while powered down items will not receive any more distortion damage. So you're gonna be disabled. This is basically ship disabling. Although you could technically disable ships with distortions before, this is much more for sure disabling. And 5 minutes is enough time to disable somebody, board a ship, fight your way through that ship, and then get out of there. So this, real world scenarios, I don't know about this, but as far as the events we can make for this, when it comes to some org gameplay, obviously there's a little bit of machinima and like role-playing aspects in there, but I enjoy the idea of making this into a video. But that's the content creator in me. The actual player in me is not so sure about this. Having your ship shut off for 5 minutes kind of sucks, but I guess it's better than getting blown up. You feel like it's a great place for distortion to be. You hope that it takes longer to implement the shutdown. I think we should know. So this is saying that there's going to be a binary shutoff point for distortion damage. I would really like to still know when that's going to happen. You know, if I'm on a ship and I'm getting shot with distortion weapons, I would like to have an idea of what my ship status is at. How many more shots can I take before I get shut down? That kind of thing. So I hope that we can get some kind of a descriptive identifier for that. Woody Bear becoming a YouTube channel member. I see you. Thanks for becoming a supporter. I really do appreciate it. It means a lot. It helps us out a lot. And you get some exclusive videos with it. I hope you enjoy them. That almost sounds like ballistic ammo space will be finite, and the more ballistic weapons you have, the thinner that ammo is spread between them. Ooh, would be very interesting if all weapons use the same pool. I'm not sure about that, but I have wondered how it's going to work reloading ships. Because ballistic ammo is going to need to be reloaded. You're going to have to carry that ammo in your cargo bay. Right? So if you... And this is part of why they're testing this, making ballistics strong, because ballistics are going to be kind of an annoyance. You're going to have to carry that ballistic ammo in your cargo bay. You're going to have to account for the weight. You're going to have to account for the cost. Account for how much of it there is. All that stuff, but you get a more powerful gun. And so I'm interested in learning, how are you going to reload these weapons? Are they going to have to go back into each ship and rework like an internal ammo hatch or something? Or is just having it in your inventory enough for the ship? The link for this I'll drop in chat for you. What's worse, getting blown up and losing everything, or getting held hostage for 5 minutes and still blowing up and losing everything? Well, that brings into the conversation another part of the game that needs to be lifted up to account for that. And that's an interesting conversation. I don't know if this change for distortion should have the fact that people can still blow you up blamed on it, or if we should take this as a positive change and then turn to the reputation side of things and be like, yo, you guys need to pick this up, because this is clearly not working. Because I like that the features are moving forward. I just feel like they're also leaving some of the other features behind. The reputation and law systems are both clearly not ready for things like soft death, the cargo refactor, boarding ships, anything like that. When is 3.18 dropping? There's no knowing, buddy. Maybe PTU this week. Most likely PTU this week. Rest in peace, became a new member, no shout out. Oh, no, I got them. I got you, Woody Bear. Takes me a little while. Just love the vibe of your videos and streams. Hope you keep it going for quite some time. Oh, my friend, I'm here for good. This is our job. This is literally our family business. Every dollar that my family makes comes from what we do for Space Tomato. We are here for good. Very excited to be making content and hosting events and I don't know, other stuff for years to come. Thanks for joining us on the journey, though. Do we have any information about inner thought system rework? It's a mess in its current state. Not really. We know a little bit about interaction from the partnered development video. Partnered development. Terrible at typing when I'm on camera. Ooh, Sigelian raid. Bringing in the segs. Dude, that kind of sounded like I said sex. Thanks for the raid, Seg. How you doing, dude? I enjoyed the party. What was that? Friday? Yeah, it was good to see you, man. You have a lot of fun at that one? I heard you were judging people's dress, and I was trying to get a review from you, but I don't think you could hear me. You'd be willing to take another full wipe to get a move all button? Move all is coming. I don't know if it's in 3.18. That's you bring up a very good point. The move all button was mentioned in it actually might have been the October monthly report. I'm pretty sure the ability to move all items from one inventory to another is now in the final internal test sweep. Yeah, this was in October. We got to be getting a move all button with 3.18, right? If they were saying that it was in the final internal test sweep 2 months ago, I feel like that's the kind of thing they could fit into a 3.18. It's allegedly in 3.18? Okay. Haven't seen it in any of the patch notes, but that would be very cool. Move all was slated for 3.18. Good to see you in here, Jack. How you doing? We got all the stars and celebrities in chat today. You heard Segs? Okay, cool. Cool. I'm always happy when it works like that. Sigelian, off to work. Have a great day. You too, my friend. Thank you for the raid. Have a wonderful day, Seg. We've seen the move all button a couple times in vids from CIG. Okay, I missed those. Good eye. Just got here. SC sounds better. Hope you're feeling better too. Thank you, Dan. I was sick a couple weeks ago, but I am definitely better now, yeah. Now for the most complex mechanic of stacking and holding control to move over entire stacks. DJ Cat Mom. Can we calm the down? Okay, you're asking us to click 2 buttons at the same time and have something different happen. It's like we're gonna need another couple million in funding first. Okay, all right, just a couple more ships. Jesus, the expectations of you people. I actually think there was something about stacking that might have been in September. Let's see. Star Citizen September monthly report. I butchered September and monthly and report. That's just terrible typing. Let's see. Stack. Give me stacks, CIG. No? I thought there was August? Could have sworn I had seen something about that. Yeah, there was a whole thing about item stacking. Show me stacks. What? Okay, I don't know where it is. Absolutely nailed Star Citizen, yeah. You see how much I have to type it in. The other things on the patch watch we saw... Oh, here it is. Mineable gems will be stackable. So they've got that going on. It's literally on the page that I was supposed to be reading. Poetic. The team also added minor improvements to the mining gadget UI for better readability. Mining gadgets, which like honestly faded away. The mining stuff in general, I think it's just because mining is so one-dimensional, really feels like it's faded out of anybody's conversation. I don't hear anybody talk about mining really. I know people do it quite a bit. I'm sure there are plenty of people in chat who are proud miners making tons of money. Give me a shout out if you do. But I'm surprised at how much it's faded out of the conversation over this last 8 months. Snap to grid is very awesome. I'm glad to have that. Two more ships, Cat Mom. There you go. It'd be nice to see how many weird space fruits you've randomly picked up. Love mining. Proud miner. Keep on mining. Mining is dope. I really hope that we have crafting soon, so there's more reason to mine other things. Miners did get a couple updates to their stuff. Still not great, but better than other loops. Yeah, it's way better. Way ahead of other loops, which, you know, I get it. Mining, refining, cargo hauling. Okay, we've gotten past the patch watch. Geez, that took like an hour. Let's talk about the actual big features coming. And as we go through each one, I'm just going to pull up some quick video progress on it, what the devs have to say about it, kind of what they've been doing on it. We won't watch the whole episode or anything, but just some video proof of each of the features we're talking about. No, 3.18 is not out yet. I'd be playing it if it was. Oh yeah, the scanning probably is not fun. Good point, Revan. So our first feature is a location. And we actually have a decent amount of locations coming in 3.18. First is the Daymar crash site. And this is an interesting one because it's a very specific crash site. I'm going to show you some footage in a second here. But it's super specific. It feels to me like a location-based derelict. And we talked about this on the podcast as well, and had a good conversation about it. But for the most part with this, to me, it just feels like derelicts that were made for locations, which makes me worry because I would prefer to see derelicts that are made and can be applied to a lot of locations very easily. And maybe this one can, but as I'm about to show you, it's very distinct in its style. It's not like it's just a ship lying on the ground or even lying on a cliffside or something. It's like in a cave, hanging from some cables. It's got stuff going on around it. So I look forward to hearing more of what they say about derelicts after this came out, because while I really do enjoy the quality of this wreck, I worry about how scalable it is or how much it adds to the scalability of these points of interest. But let's take a look at what they have to say about them. And maybe they'll shut me up.
Startup 3.18, the Daymar crash site is going to have 2 crashed ships so that the player can explore. The endeavor that we embarked ourselves when we were working on the Reclaimer was huge because of the size of the ship and how big it is. The team was looking to work on something that was a little bit smaller.
See, the Reclaimer seems like something that could be placed in different places. But I want to hear what you guys think of the 600i coming up.
Smaller, easier to break up, and that we could do multiple crash sites with the size of team that we have.
So we wanted to have two crash sites. First one was with the 600i, the second one was the MSR.
After a couple of discussions, we thought that having 2 ships crashed at the same locations would allow us to have a bigger crash site, so there's more places to explore for the player.
So when we bring this idea to merge the both of them, we would just decide to do that on Daymar because it was a sand planet and we wanted to create this location in a different biome than what we did on the Reclaimer.
So that's the one kicker. and this is something that Astropub and Execute were both bringing up in the podcast, is that even though they're making the biome, even though they're making this derelict a little bit specific to this location, the proper work that they're doing that goes further is that they're creating the assets that are needed to decorate a derelict in the Daymar biome. So because they're not making this crash in Microtech, they can make more assets that would be applied to Daymar derelicts. Maybe not necessarily this site, but any other crash that happens on Daymar or another sand-based planet would be something that can have these assets that they're showing us right now applied to it in order to decrease the amount of work it would take to make those later. But, you know, again, in my opinion, the ships themselves are still very specific, and I don't see them being applied to other places. Maybe they will be, but I think it'll also be kind of jarring to find such a very unique crash site work we're about to see in multiple locations.
The player will discover the 600i totally wrecked into a cave.
When you get into that cave and you see how the 600i cockpit is hanging with a bunch of wires, it reminds me of a lot of the scene from Jurassic Park when the bus is broken up and it's hanging down the cliff.
600i, we want the player to feel how hard was the crash, how the spaceship was impacted.
What I like about
I agree with you, Shaunak. I think that you do need both, but my hopes were that they were going to hit a middle ground. Not necessarily things that are super, super unique, but are different enough. I was always under the impression that there would be some wiggle room, and I do understand that they need to make some unique derelicts, but I just, it makes me a little wriggly about, you know, like, does this mean that how many more derelicts will they be making custom like this? Like, how will we have to wait 3 to 6 months per derelict? Could we be seeing more than one in a patch? Will you guys be working through like a large amount of the ship backlog, or I don't know. I would just love to hear a good update on how the derelict system is going to work, I guess.
about the MSR is that it's actually a little further away from the rest of the outpost.
The ship crashed a little bit more like the Reclaimer. We're going to see the trail and the ship just kind of in the sand.
I think these will be procedurally generated.
So the player needs to go in and explore.
Something will be. I'm not sure if it'll be these wrecks, but some wrecks will.
The whole feeling of the MSR and the whole outpost is that it's been lived in, it's being used, it's been repurposed.
Some people are there to salvage the ship, to take what parts are still good, to be able to resell it, reuse them.
Not you, though.
And
imagine you get here and somebody just salvaged the whole thing.
Kind of shooting range just to add some more gameplay opportunity for the player to just fool around and just having fun. Now we have created a piece for the 600i in an MSR, and we have a lot of settlement asset. So now we'll be able to create a lot of different kind of crash site on other planet, other biome.
It was a good exercise to use the new Houdini tech we have. We'll be able in the future to do more content like that easier and quicker.
See, these parts I totally get. The actual settlement part of this derelict settlement, and you know, it's good to draw attention to that. This is not just the crash ships. This is like a full-on outpost. NPCs will be there. They'll be guarding it. Supposedly, at least as far as the actual thing says, you should be able to take part in puzzles, traversal, hostile AI, and missions. Still no friendly AI, which is annoying. But there is a lot of stuff here that is very clearly easily usable. And Traveling Anvil, I know what you mean by like being reusable assets, but how weird is it going to be if we see this exact thing on another moon? This is like a very unique kind of crash. That's why the Reclaimer one makes tons of sense to me. This one a little bit less so.
For the next derelict crash,
This is what you're
we're
talking
not
about
sure
on the
yet
podcast,
which
yeah.
ship we're going to use. Maybe when you're going to see the DMR crash site, maybe in the command you can help us to find which kind of ship we would like to see for the next derelict crash.
And that right there kind of tells us that they're just going to go through this one ship at a time, which is interesting. I actually thought that the work with the damage maps, you guys remember when they used to do ship shape and they would talk about the different stages of the ship process, and one of those stages they used to mention was the derelict stage, where they build the ship and then they would build the ship in a derelict form, where procedurally you would have the sections that break off from the ship, you'd have the damage that shows, you'd have the insides that are out, all that kind of stuff. And it sounds like they've ditched that, and they're now going about the process just by going through every ship and making it into a derelict, which I'm not sure if that's exactly how it is, but that sounds incredibly tiring. Yeah, Lanier, the bot will give you two different, because we just ended the giveaway today, so it still has that other giveaway link thing, all that jazz. Why not both proc-generated derelicts and special ones? So I always thought the procedurally generated derelicts would be the ones that were placed based on quantum, and then the custom ones would be these more fancy ones, which would be fine, but I'm not really seeing like the procedural side of it just yet. Don't think that is the right take. I'd love to have my mind changed on this. Please help me. The derelicts are different from the outposts. I'm in agreement with you there, like the buildings and stuff. So all this stuff is super easily usable. But like, what about this? What happens with this? How does that work? There's an artist in control of the tools. Username, you've accepted it's going to take very long time. Never forget, CIG can only promise one thing, and that's breaking promises. Fingers crossed. Well, CIG can be consistent, and also consistently inconsistent. We just need the same cave on every planet. There we go. You got it. You figured it out, 88. They're still working on proc-gen derelicts. Which is like and that's the thing, is we saw proc-gen derelicts with, hey, don't look at my files. Where are we? Where are we? I'm gonna pull up some footage here real quick. So if I pull up the derelicts, so we saw, man, where is that footage of the Reclaimer stuff? It's back here somewhere. I actually can't find it. It's like the one bit of derelict footage that I need, and I don't think it's on here. We saw footage of them showing different pieces of Reclaimer in different states. You remember that? That's what I thought was them developing out the procedurally generated Rex, but did they actually say anything about that? Like, hey, we're going to be able to use this everywhere. I know that the procedural generation tool is meant to use that stuff, but I'm just a little bit confused as to their timeline and how they're going about this. Using some of the assets from the outpost stuff to make more diverse derelicts. So do you think then that they're making the derelicts for each situation and then just applying the outpost parts? To give you some comfort, I bet all those ropes are placed after the fact, so that cockpit is most notably able to be staged differently in other places. Environmental artists want to make pieces that are reusable as possible. That's fair. The stuff can be moved around. In the same video, they talked about hero locations versus proc-gen crashes. Yeah, okay, we're getting a little bit off track here, but I really do want to know more about this because this has been bugging me. Where would that have been? This would have been back when they were showing us 3.17, I think. Does anybody know what channel, what episode that was? Good to see a witch space. I have no idea where that was. Nah, this would have been earlier on. Ed J, thank you for the super chat. Enjoy you and Astro's craft and chillness. Astro, I got you on your next live stream. Always nice to have Astro Pub in the chat. Astro chat in the pub. You know what? It's not worth finding. I'll find it at some point. I do want to look a lot more into the whole derelict thing because they're confusing me with it, and I want to feel more confident about it. They didn't go into too much detail on it, except that they want that to happen to every crashed ship. Don't forget that Rastar is probably helping a great deal with all this. In asset production, you want to make as many variables as possible, then come up with the code that safely connects them to the planet's surface. Yeah, that's what I thought they were doing. All right, let's move on though. New rivers in Stanton is another thing coming up. Less talked about, not as big a deal, but it does show something pretty important. It shows the progress that they're making with their tools. We all saw the very first time they showed us the tool for the rivers. Well, I say we all, at least a decent amount of us remember. So a lot of us probably have joined since then. Welcome, citizens. But also many of you remember. This was January 21st, 2021. Sometimes they actually do get things to us relatively quickly. And this was the first time they showed us their ability to build rivers. This was like the initial tool that he was just using as an engineer with no final art or anything like that, and just showing us how a river would work. You place the beginning, it shows you the potential path. You look at the water tables for each point of that path, make sure that it's flowing in a natural, normal state. You can kind of move some of those points around if you want. You can make tributaries and add them to the side. Make sure that the path is good. And then eventually you start to add some of the graphics to it, the ground area. You add some water to it. You make sure it makes sense. You change the different variables of it, like the flow, the width, the height, all that stuff, the foliage around it. And then eventually you fly a ship down it. So this was something that we got in January of 2021. It was the first time that we really got to see them even working on rivers. Kool-Aid Man, you heading out? Going to bed? All right, catch you later. It's getting late over there, no problem. Catch you later, my friend. Thanks for dropping by. So after this, we had another check-in for rivers. It took place about a year later, a little more than a year later, like a year and a few months later. And we got another update on how rivers were going. This time, we got to see basically that the system itself had been more polished. It was better at identifying the areas around rivers versus the areas not, putting in the proper foliage for those locations, as you can see with those trees. it had a much better graphical interface for the devs themselves, so you can see like the actual process of determining the path looks a little bit better. They improved the water mechanics, obviously allowing us to go underwater, added hover capabilities to the water, made sure that harvestables spawned abound the water, and obviously all of the graphics stuff got fixed. So this was a minor update to the rivers, but it was a good one. It showed us that they were progressing the tool and that it was making progress. Now, over a year, maybe that's too slow for some people, though I imagine he was probably working on some other stuff in the meantime. Oh, I just closed my, there we go. And then, okay, this is going to be a problem because I don't actually know when they showed us the most recent update. I want to say it was in the beginning of this season. Nope. We're gonna find this because it's a really nice progression that river development has gone through. No, not that one. New caves. Nope. That's the new player experience episode though. Here we go. So this was the newest update to rivers that we saw. And this was where I think it got impressive. So before this, we were seeing him working on rivers, making them look a little bit better and making them make sense. But then he came in with this update and showed us that he expanded the tool to actually do the same thing he was doing throughout that whole episode, all at once, multiple places on a planet. Basically making it so that he could populate a planet with all of the rivers needed on a table rather than having to go in and specifically make one. So you can see that the thing that he was doing by hand now is done automatically based on wherever he's placing his mouse. So they can make massive rivers that go, you know, for dozens of kilometers. Foliage is working, everything is working around it much more easily. And then he can come in here and say, okay, I want to make this many rivers across this planet. Press a button and they get made. So you can see the different starting spots for each of the rivers and they can cull them out based on what they actually want or what they don't. But I love how this shows the gradual change of him doing, it's like satisfactory. He was producing the work and then he got something else to produce the work for him that he could mess with. And that's kind of indicative of everything they're trying to do. They're trying to do that with combat, with AI, with locations, with rivers, with weapons, different things. So it's good to see it actually happening for something they're doing in the game. I hope we get to see more of these very clear progressions of tools over time. But this was nice. And this kind of goes to show why we are now seeing rivers on all planets that can support them. They're now being added everywhere instead of just one river on one planet. And we've actually got that update here. I say here. Where's here? Here. So let's take a look at the latest stuff that he had to say on rivers.
I think the biggest visual change I've introduced to the rivers is the new cliff spawn points. Previously, where we had steep edges,
What's up, Captain Radix?
had the terrain texture that we get.
Atomic, good to see you.
Of the terrain. But I wanted to kind of increase the visual fidelity of this by spawning cliff meshes along the edge of it. So that's exactly what we've done. For the cliff mesh spawn points, we add a new spawn point at the height of where...
I'm looking refreshed and untired. I had a good night of sleep, that's for sure. First creatures in 318? I don't think so. I don't think so just yet. Good to meet you, Atomic.
You can see here.
Thanks for coming by.
When I turn these back off, you can see we have cliff meshes that look as if they're the right height. You can walk onto them from this terrain here, while still providing a nice kind of closed-in gorge for this river. And actually, we were so happy with the results of adding additional spawn.
You know how long we've been waiting for cliffs? Hold on, let me see if I've got footage from like back in the day when they were showing us cliffs. Because they showed us cliffs like in 20... Really? I don't have a single video of a cliff? No? I don't have the old one. They were showing us cliffs in around the verse. Hold on. I bet you I can find the picture of it. It's very clear in my head. Like, I know exactly what the picture looked like. Some of you might know what I'm talking about. Because they've been trying to do cliffs in some way or form. Here it is. This is it. When was this? April 12th, 2019. 20 freaking 19. They were trying to make cliffs work, and for whatever reason, we didn't see them. But here we are, 3 years later. It does happen. It takes a while sometimes, but they do get these things done, and I'm glad to finally see them in game. I hope we get more and more cliffs, and hopefully them looking this good. I don't think what we're seeing here is quite the same. This looks really freaking sick. But I'm excited to see more like of these interesting and weird geologic features in the game. Yeah, cliffs are a pain from what they've told us. It definitely, that's one of the key things I've learned. Cliffs and doors are pains. We had that years ago. They took it away. I never saw those in the game. I only saw them in the monthly report.
In gorge for this river. And actually, we were so happy with the results of adding additional spawn points around these gorgy areas that we decided to add more spawn points along the edge of normal rivers as well, so that we can get rocks right along the edge of the water to break up the silhouette between the terrain and the water. You can see those points here, and when I turn back on the scattering, you can see what that looks like. So as you can see, that really helps to break up the silhouette of the water, but also makes the whole area feel denser and more real. Another visual improvement I've worked on for the river is using more splines with the river modifiers. Instead of just a single central spline along the path of the river, we now have a spline for where each of the edges can be. And this gives us much finer control over how the terrain should dip down into the river, which is what actually matters rather than the depth at the middle for most cases. But it also means that we eliminate some of the effects we were getting at sharp bends. What we used to get at the sharp bend of a river was a pinching effect in the middle here, where the terrain would jump from referencing a point somewhere here on the spline to referencing a point somewhere here on the spline. So you can see that they're basically equidistant from a point over here, so we'd either be referencing the terrain from one or the other without ever kind of passing through this middle bit. Now that we have a spline for each edge, we can pick which edge is closer and then more closely reference that when picking the final height for that part of the terrain. And it just means that the edges of our rivers are much, much cleaner. We're getting much less in terms of artifacting that we were seeing before, and the overall result is just a lot better in my opinion. I'm really, really excited to see all of the new rivers come into 3.18 very, very soon. Put a lot of work into improving the visual quality of the rivers, as well as improving the tooling for our artists to be able to place more and more interesting rivers. Our tech artists have been hard at work for the object presets for the rivers to make sure that we're getting really, really cool distributions of objects around them. And I just think what we're going to see in 3.18 is going to be a cut above what we've had so far, and I'm really looking forward to it. Thanks all.
Best planets in gaming right now. So I see a question in chat about the procedural tech, I think. What was that? Seems like a lot of tinkering. Did they mention anything about procedural planets? That's exactly what this is. So what we just walked through was how they went from designing a single river by hand and trying to make that work to building a tool that will procedurally place all those rivers, not just one, but all of them across the planet and make them make sense. That's them building out the procedural planet tech. They already have the base model of the procedural planet tech, so they can build planets procedurally, as we've seen. But these are additional things that will help the planet be more unique, that they are adding procedurally. So it's going to be the same with, let's see, did they say anything about outposts here? If we see anything about outposts, it's the same thing there. Or even these. Like, all these outposts will be procedurally placed. So what we're looking at is, let's say you're building an engine. They are literally building an engine, but like, let's say you're building a car engine. We're seeing them building out the pistons and the air intake and the headers and the fuel injectors and the stupid air conditioning stuff. We're seeing them build all the stuff that makes the engine actually create that stuff, so they can add it all together to make better procedural planets, but you have to build the tools for it first. Somebody else was asking if there's going to be any gameplay or missions with the river. No missions that I know of. But the river has buoyancy. You will be able to actually put materials on it and float them down. So sandbox gameplay, I think, is where it'll be the most important kind of thing. But I can also see things with, bases being close to rivers, using the river water for crafting and stuff like that. For refining might be a requirement. So we'll see what they use it for, but it's mainly just to make the planet a little bit more realistic. Heading out? All right, have fun. Without damaging the planet's structure too much, each time a river digs into a planet model, that requires load. Load. Yeah, this same tech will help them build roads and also lava. You can actually see that. See that in real time. Lava is not there anymore. Okay, good to know. What about roads? Roads are there. They touched on it briefly. Lava was here, I think, at one point, right? There's something that has to do with lava. When do I think we'll get wave 1? Sometime this week. Microtech River already has a derelict outpost, so there you go. Yeah, they'll be working on lava at some point. Adding rivers would chance climate change to the planet. Actually, it's funny you say that. Microtech's already a very, 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 very poor receiver of climate change, we'll say. Microtech wasn't supposed to be a snowy planet. We just messed it up while we were terraforming it. So I don't think rivers will do too much extra. All right, next up, locations, sand cave archetype. You know what? I'm going to start going faster because I'm taking forever on these locations. Let's take a look at what they were saying about caves. There's not much really to be said about it, honestly. These are just a new version of the caves we already have. I don't think they really do much for the game. But it's more diversity. And in the long term, more diversity is definitely better. Whenever they do start doing more unique and useful things with the caves, because let's be honest, the current cave missions are very hit or miss. Most of us just avoid them. But at some point, caves will become useful. And it'll be nice that there are going to be different versions of those caves when they do.
Our goal for the last half year has been to figure out how to build additional cave archetypes. Not only trying to establish the visual, but also define a new workflow on how we can make better looking, better performing caves.
As much as I'm not really that interested in these locations, they do look pretty nice.
We build like a white box room and send this to the Houdini process, which will then return an almost finished cave room. For the first release, there will be new sand caves on Staymire, which is like the prime candidate, being a very desert planet, but they will also be going on Magda. beta.
You know, I just realized there's a lot of gameplay going in Crusader. You've got the Correa changes. That'll make stuff different, obviously. You've got Orison changes with new missions and combat. You've got the new derelict outposts on Daymar that'll bring new missions in a new location. You've got new caves coming in on Daymar. Like, that's a lot of stuff. You've got the PTV race track in Orison. There's like a lot of stuff coming in to the Crusader area in Alpha 3.18. Maybe that's where I'll hang out for a little bit after it goes live. Will the heads up and the helmets have scans for the caves? No, we do not have FPS scanning yet, but I think we're going to have it soon.
Voila. And Hurston itself.
Oh, okay, they're coming to Walla and Hurston. I didn't know that. Hurston actually is a big surprise. Good for them.
The thing I really liked about the old caves was that they always had this feeling of claustrophobia, and we tried to keep that in some regards. Another thing that was always a concern, the old ones, was that it was very bumpy to walk through them. So one thing we definitely improved on is walking through them and traversing the space is much smoother and feels nicer in general. Also, we added a lot more natural light sources, so you will have much more cinematic experiences going through them.
Definitely looks a lot better.
For the first release there will be no missions, but hopefully very soon will be remedied shortly. And also for
that disappoints me to know it. No missions? Why are there no missions?
On foot only, like no vehicle.
This is something that they're figuring it out. They're getting it. They're adding locations with missions. I don't like that they're bringing in these caves without missions. I feel like they should have just held off on them. I know the missions are mostly broken, but still.
Snow.
About the principle.
Ship entrances, but the workflow is flexible enough to accommodate those once we get to those. Like, this first release is mostly about showing the community the
dang though, that looks cool.
For this
they're
archetype.
So vertical. They have so much verticality.
Additional archetypes that are we are scheduled to work on in the next 1 year. It's gonna be the rock archetype, which will replace the existing caves. Then we also have the acidic archetype.
Okay, so they're expecting to do a replacement of the rock caves. So whatever this new style of cave is, must be a little bit different than the caves we're used to. That'll tell us a little more of what to expect later. How about climbing and rappelling down? Nothing on that yet. I know they're working on rappelling. They've said that they're working on both ropes and pulley physics. So, you know, future pulleys 900 years in the future, but nothing just yet.
Which will fit into Ariel and less parts of Stanton where like those bubbling acid pools into Ariel. And then we also have the acidic archetype, which will fit into Ariel and less parts of Stanton where like those bubbling acid pools or salt or sulfur pools. Then there's also the ice archetype, which will be great for Microtech and its moons, for example. And the last one that's actually scheduled is the overgrown one, which will also work well on Microtech in the forests and on Hurston.
Okay. So, acidic caves, rock caves, sand caves, and ice caves, sounds like, are going to be our 4 main cave types. And we're seeing sand caves right now coming into the game. And if we look at what else they're doing with cave archetypes, they have a good 4 months more work to do on this. And since sand was already done, you can only assume that they're probably working on the rock cave rework or something right now. I don't know if they're saying we're going to have ice, rock, and acidic all by this point, but he did say within a year they're hoping to have at least something else, so we can expect some new caves as well next year, and hopefully a little more stuff going on inside those caves by then.
We as a team are quite proud of the experience we managed to achieve with the new cave archetype that's coming out. It was really fun for us to do and make this excursion and try to figure out all the problems.
Look at the verticality of these places though.
And make this excursion And
my favorite thing about the caves we have right now is when I'm walking on a path and I can look down into the cave and see a spot that I know I can't get to yet, but eventually I will. It makes the space feel so much bigger. You can't jump there, you can't just go straight there, but at some point you'll end up down there. It's even better when you can see someone down there. So cool.
try to figure out all the problems that come with that. We're looking forward to building all the other archetypes as well. The established workflow now will just go much faster and hopefully result in some really cool looking new places the player can experience.
Alpha 318.
So yeah, that's caves, and I mean, I'm half and half on this because I don't like new locations without something new happening, but I know that they are actively trying to build up the ground gameplay with the planets and stuff, so it's nice to see new cave archetypes. Disappointing that they're not bringing anything particularly new gameplay-wise, but very exciting when you consider that whatever they do bring in gameplay-wise in the future, they'll just be able to add to that cave, which I look forward to seeing. All right, after caves was the PTV racetrack, which we, let's see, I think I actually could just do the follow-up to show it. This is a fun one. This one actually made a lot of people a little unhappy because they felt like it's a waste of time. How much they're working on caves, or sorry, on racing. A lot of people feel racing is an extra in the game. Calmanus, by the way, thank you for the sub. I see that. Subscribed with the Prime. Thank you so much. Much love. People think that racing is like extra, and so they're not. They think that CIG shouldn't be working on it, and this one's been a little controversial, but here is another addition they're making. I think it's a nice little extra thing that people will be able to do whenever they're kind of in their off time and they're not playing the game how they want to. You know, it's enjoyable. It's not super crucial to the game, but it adds to the experience of the game overall and things that people can do when they're hanging out. So here are the PTV racetracks and what we have been expecting of them as of the latest news.
On, like, inside the track, there was little shortcuts that could be taken, so also these ones had to unfortunately block them off so nobody can gain an unfair advantage. One of the things we didn't discuss last time is where the buggies actually come from. So they're not something the players bring themselves into the space. There's this little side section of the track where they spawn. You take them and then just kind of bring them over to the starting line and start from there. And when they're destroyed, then they basically respawn in that section again. So there's always 8 buggies for the players. I can't wait to see what players will do with it once they get it in their hands.
So that was a really short catch up. Let me show you a little bit more of this
track.
But this is basically like a small racetrack they built indoors. It's like a go-kart track practically. You go in there, you don't have to bring your own vehicle, you don't have to own a PTV, you just hop in with your friends, you do some racing, and that's it. It's fun. Like AZK said in chat, it's replayable. It's important to the game. Racing has been a big part of the game. Honestly, it's one of the first things to ever be added to the game. So yeah. Don't bully racing.
When we started, we didn't want to take this go-kart track too serious. We wanted to make something colorful and playful. So our main inspirations were obvious.
I'm following this conversation in chat, and I'm seeing that you pledged the game 8 years ago, and you haven't been able to play for over 30 minutes in game. If you want, Jelte, why don't you shoot me a message? Let me see if I can put you in touch with somebody who can help you, because that sounds like there is a very bad problem with your install or something. Just 30 minutes in game is very. I sometimes don't even get to the get into the game. Spend 30 minutes on the screen. Yeah, that's miserable. I can't even imagine trying any longer. But if you want, I can help you out to try and figure out how to get better performance out of the game, because that's not normal. Can you fit a tank in there? You want to race with the tank? You might end up having a problem with the PTVs, you know, OP and everything. They beat tanks. Depa, thank you so much for the super chat. Much appreciated. Thank you for the support and the cool little hippo on the chair. Is the computer 8 years old? I don't know. It's a lot of difficulty. I would have burned the computer down if I couldn't get it to work for more than 30 minutes. How many people are going to look to add a steering wheel and pedals to their equipment setup for this game? What do people use to race cars? Do you use your joystick or do you use mouse and keyboard?
Obviously, a very popular racing game.
My PTV's got anti-120mm round wheels on it. We outrun them all the time.
Paintball arenas, stuff like that. So I had 3 weeks in total to finish the whole racetrack, from the first idea to the final product. It was basically a one-man project. I tried to make the
Xbox controller,
as
good
modular
call.
as possible. So I created a few of those racetrack pieces and just put them together in a way that it's fun for me to play it.
Jelte, I'm telling you, my friend, I will help you. Facts are totally allowed here. You are free to complain about the development of Star Citizen, how long it's taken, how unhappy you are. In fact, this is I told Acrona, this is the Salt stream. But I'm happy to help. Like, if you've gone 8 years without being able to finish a package mission, I would love to bring you in-game. You can join me on stream. We'll run a couple missions, and I'll show you. Or at least we could figure out why your computer's not working. But I don't think you're experiencing the normal... what normally happens in this game. Which I'm not going to say is the best experience out there, but it's definitely better than that. All right, next up on the list of things coming up is the cargo refactor. Yay! Can we get a grunt birthday party sound? I really need that. I need that on here. The refactor is kind of a plus and a minus. Not a minus. It's a good and a not amazing. Let's pull up what they said about cargo specifically in the AMA. Oi. There are people who legit can't play normally. It's fringe cases, but it happens. Yeah, that is true. But I would love to, like, at the very least, explain to somebody why they're having that kind of a situation. Just because it works on your end doesn't mean it's the same case for everyone. Yeah, no, that's why I'm asking about... I think the best thing to do when you find someone who can't play the game is to try to help them understand why they can't play the game. Gamepad because you're not buying another controller for this? What's the difference between a gamepad and a controller? I actually don't know. That's what I was wondering. Maybe graphics drivers failing? Install GPU approved driver version. It could be graphics card. Could be graphics card. It could be a hard disk drive. I don't know. That's what I would like to know, though. If your game's not working, guys, if the game doesn't start up for you, or you have something going on where you get kicked out super quickly, jump into our Discord server or anybody's Discord server. But like, find people who are willing to walk you through it and help you, because there are some weird requirements for this game. SSD is a big one. 16 gigs of RAM, if not 32, is a big one. Like, there are certain things that you might just not realize are happening, and it's good to jump in with somebody and talk that out and see if you can figure out what the problem is. Could be a virus or a failing drive. Could be. It could be, but who lives with a virus for 8 years? They could be, yeah, they could be exaggerating completely. But as Cat Mom said, some people do have some weird edge cases, and I encourage those people to talk about their stats and try to get to the bottom of why their game is running the way it is, rather than maybe telling people something that isn't necessarily true. All right, so for the cargo refactor, let's get the basics out of the way. It is it is part 1 of probably like a 3 to 4 part process, and that's being generous. It's probably going to be a much longer process than that, but this is part 1 of them trying to get cargo into a place where it works systemically, dynamically, and physically in the game. So this is just the physicalization part of that. This isn't the load your ship yourself part. This isn't the hire crew to load your ship for you part. This isn't all of your ships that have weird cargo things like the Raft or the Hull series or anything like that starts to work with it. This is literally just making it so that all the boxes we already use are physical in the game. So if you're running a courier mission, like you're doing the 3-box delivery kind of mission, instead of just chucking it into your ship and having it bounce around, you can physically snap it to a cargo grid in your ship now. The same will be true for commodity boxes. So if you bought a bunch of stuff at a kiosk and you go out to your ship, you can take a multi-tool and pull those boxes out of your kiosk, out of your cargo grid, leave them in a stash somewhere on a planet, transfer them to somebody else's ship, or even get them stolen. But they are physicalized and they exist on your ship and they can be removed. So all boxes in the game will work the same, but like I said, we're not talking about all the stuff that has to do with the actual trading. This isn't changing cargo gameplay. They're not readjusting how valuable things are. They're not adjusting the sell rates that we know of, at least. They're not doing anything with quantum. So this might not actually have a big difference on a lot of people, but it is a huge difference to the game. And it will be a big deal to people who are interested in piracy gameplay, and also to like orgs and people who just want to set up some interesting scenarios for themselves. So let's see. Here is a reply to somebody's question. I think they summarized all of the questions in here, but I don't know where that is. But this is what one of the devs was saying about cargo in 3.18. After 3.18, we want to separate commodity trading from cargo hauling. Commodity trading will be high price, high reward. If you invest a large amount of your money, you will also have to manage the cost of loading and unloading as well as protection. So this would be the cargo refactor version 2. That's what a lot of people are worried about, manually loading and unloading their ship and how that all works. And we can actually see, if we search for cargo, freight elevators and persistent hangars will both be part of that. You can see both of those have work going well into 2023, so it'll probably be a little while before we see that update. But the key, where the heck was that page? The key statement here is that commodity trading and cargo trading will be different. Commodity trading being what we already do is cargo trading. Cargo trading being what we do as courier work, where we just get the boxes and deliver them. We don't have to buy them. He says this here. On the other hand, cargo hauling is just moving things for NPCs from point A to point B. You're not tied to it financially, and it will be moving things that pirates don't care about, as there will be no profit in it for them. I don't know what that means. It sounds kind of weird, but that's how they're laying it out. Who can sell a box? You assume it just needs to be in your ship's cargo grid. It's going to be the owner of the ship. If you get a box that is on your ship and you're not the owner of that box, you actually have to go to a no questions asked terminal. It's basically you're fencing it off, which sucks. It's silly. But that again, that's another one of those times when it's like, yes, the cargo refactor feature is progressing, but the ownership idea, the idea of assigning ownership and jobs to people is not there to support it. So do we get mad at the fact that they're making cargo physicalized and can be transferred to ships, or do we get mad at the fact that they haven't picked up the ability for ownership to trade? And I think I want to pick that one, because like honestly, we need to be able to give someone a box. You can do all the mining and stuff and then refine it all, and you still have to sell it yourself. You can't just have somebody else sell it. If you're a miner, you have to be a cargo hauler, which, you know what? No, I don't want to be a cargo hauler. Now, I hope they get that figured out soon. This year, or next year, rather. Will we have large openable containers? Just one SCU is all they have right now. And I don't know if those will be openable or not. Hey, Nightskin. Big ol' hype. Good to see you. This is your gripe. People will say it's an alpha. What are you expecting? Then how long is it morally right to be asking people for money with things that don't exist in a game that's not done? I think the morals are up to each person. But I would say they can keep doing it as long as people pay for it. I don't think people should keep paying for it. And I actively tell people not to keep buying ships. But I don't know if I would say it's... I guess I would say it's morally wrong to keep doing it forever. Yeah. I don't know if I could put a year on it though. In my mind, if they are continuing to build towards a goal that they set out, then I think they're doing the job. And that's still what I see. That's why I watch so closely. There are certainly things that have come up, especially in the last year, that I'm like, okay, that kind of hits my... That's like a chip off of my confidence. But it doesn't mean that I'm just gonna flip a switch and say, well, I don't want to play the game. I don't want to follow the game. I don't care about the game. I'll start speaking more about those things. But I think there's definitely a gradient for people of like, some people shouldn't pay any attention to this at all. It's just not worth it. Some people maybe sit on the periphery and watch it, but like don't stress yourself out about it. Other people I think should jump all in on it. Because they're just super into that stuff. Ownership rules need to be expanded and allow for players trading amongst themselves. Agreed. Yeah. You don't get what the point of the game is? It's different for everybody, I think. The general point of the game, though, is just to be in space. Like, if I had to sum it up to what the main draw of the game would be, I would say you're just hanging out in space. It's the same thing that people are playing things like not even X4, like Elite Dangerous for. Yeah, No Man's Sky for. Those kind of games. Can't you buy empty containers from stores? You can do that, yeah. I just don't know if the containers you get from the commodity trading will be openable. Doesn't make it moral. No, and I think a lot of businesses do things that are immoral. Unfortunately, probably for the world and the industry, I don't necessarily play games just on the morality of how they're built. I would assume that there are quite a few video games I've played that come from companies that I normally wouldn't support. And that's, you know, always going to be something that weighs on the mind, but Star Citizen is nowhere near burning me enough for me to not want to play it. Talal, how you doing? Good to see you. Welcome to the stream. Choosing to buy an item or service is a choice, not a moral decision. Yeah, bringing morals into the idea of playing the game complicates it a lot, I think, and just continues to draw emphasis on the fact that there's no one answer for whether or not you should play this game or even show interest in this game. Kind of depends on the person. All right, what else were they saying about cargo? Let's see. Because you kind of have to go through here to figure this stuff out. So here's another thing they mentioned when it came to the cargo refactor, and actually could be the biggest change coming to 3.18. This person asked, when it comes to cargo refactor and piracy, what have you thought of to encourage players to player-to-player boarding actions with the feature? They said, as we hinted about in ISC, and it wasn't very clear, with 3.18 we are introducing the concept of soft death. Now I'm not going to get into the details of this because they changed a little bit since since this message, but soft death is basically, instead of, this is the start of us moving from a game based on time to kill to a game based on time to disable. So as of right now in the game, yeah, you can shoot off parts of a ship, sure, but for the most part, if you keep shooting a ship, it explodes. Everybody dies, cargo goes everywhere, we throw our hands up in frustration. The ultimate goal of the game is your ship is going to have armor, it's going to have components, it's going to have shield emitters, and all of those things will take damage. So shield emitters obviously take enough damage, your shield goes down. Your armor takes enough damage, they start punching through your armor and damaging your components. Your components take enough damage, your ship starts to malfunction and eventually explode. But the idea is that there will be some point at which your ship can't shoot back, can't move, you've lost thrust, you've lost power, you've lost life support, whatever it might be. That always happens before your ship explodes. So if they can do the reputation system right and correctly encourage players not to just murder everyone they find, we should get to a point where people are aiming to just disable ships and get out. And this is kind of a first step of them trying to halfway that. They can't do it yet because we don't have physical damage, we don't have the components and all that stuff. But they do, it seems, believe in 3.18 that they can make it so that when your ship hits 0% health, instead of exploding, it just kind of soft explodes. Like, it drops into a state of non-function, and you basically have to defend the ship. Now, there are tons of weird edge case issues that I think could make this go horribly, but I am interested to see how it goes in practice when it does work. I think a lot of times it won't work and they'll have to change things up. But the idea of needing to defend your ship, or the idea of actually being able to board a ship if you want, like, I don't mind if somebody's going to blow me up every time, but I do appreciate the idea that now if I want to blow somebody up, I can board them, you know, because I want that gameplay. They could always self-destruct, of course, but again, edge cases that could cause problems. Overall, this is an attempt to make it so that we're starting to board each other's ships and actually play inside of the ships a little bit more, and it'll be interesting to see how that works. Does physicalized commodities in 3.18 mean we can see the contents of the crates? I don't think so, but they are labeling the outside of the box. I'm not sure if they're going to do that anymore. Have us have the physical goods inside the crates. They haven't talked about that in a while. Yo, Depa just dropped 10 freaking kids. Depa! Single-handedly pushes us past our YouTube goals. Thank you, man. Gifting out 10 memberships. If you're in the chat and you got blessed with the membership, first of all, give a big shout out to Depa, seriously, for helping this community chug along. Thank you so much for the support. But also, make sure to go to the YouTube main channel. The main page on my YouTube channel has a bunch of exclusive videos only available to members and Twitch subs and them. Check those out, they're good. At least I think they're good. Toot my own horn here though, so don't trust me. You want to play every day, but these days you're just walking around, flying a bit, feels useless given the wipe. A lot of people, yeah. A lot of people give it a quit when there's a wipe announced and wait a little while. You don't research video games before you buy them. Wait, what? Why not? You have much more important things to do in your life than researching video games before you buy them. Hold the f***ing phone! I totally understand you, dude. I'm way too busy to look at game trailers. It's honestly, it's not even worth it. I can't help you though. Like, if you don't look into a game before you buy it, what do we do? I don't know. They won't be able to self-destruct because power will be dead. Will power be dead? I thought they said that self-destruct still works. If not, then that is interesting. Yeah, Depa's a legend. You gotta self-destruct before the soft death. Okay. Alright then. Well, that's good to know. So if there's no self-destruct after soft death, then that makes it a lot easier to actually play out the scenario when you want to board someone. That's cool. Trailers are misleading anyway. I've gotten lucky with most of my game purchases. That's fair. Trailers can be kind of misleading. I would say look at gameplay trailers, but like a trailer overall will tell you what the game's about, which is a start. It's a good first step. But yeah, I think it's good to look into things before buying. I mean, like, that goes for anything. You know what? No, I get it. I'm just now thinking, like, I've been in situations where I've gone on vacation with people, and we get to the place and we get in the hotel and they're like, what is this? This I don't like this. This isn't good. And like things come up and they're like pissed and like we have a bad time. And at the end of it, you're like, how do we get a hotel like this? And they're like, oh, I mean, I picked it. It had 5 stars, you know. And you realize a lot of people actually don't research things before they do them. Same goes for like movies or cars or phones or computer mice or I don't know, lights. There's a lot of very specific products and experiences that you can find now that I think it's worth looking into stuff a little bit before jumping into it. Especially if a game has been in alpha for 10 years. I think it's worth it's worth doing a little checkup on that. Wonder if snub fighters will be able to launch if the main ship is disabled. Well, that's a good question. If nothing else, just shoot yourself out. You know you're coming off as super negative. You're just trying to add some pressure. You're not against the game. It's obvious lots of people enjoy this game. You're just trying to see what it is I see. Oh, I see a lot. Yeah, if you're asking me in particular, there's a reason I cover the game more than play it. It's because it's just not a game that it's a game that I'm excited to play right now, but it's not a game I can play every day. So I like to talk about where it's going. But I see a lot. I see, I think the thing that describes my interest in this game the most is when I was a kid, I was stupid, as one is. And I was like, in my head, I was always like, why don't these video games, like they all have these weird glitches, right? Where things don't fall or things don't feel right. Why don't they just write the rules for science? Like gravity, physics, light. Why don't they just write those rules down in a program and then just say, okay, go. And the game just follows those rules and works. And you know, I got older. And I was like, dang, dude, you were stupid. But but it stuck with me because I always was like, when are we going to see games that are just like writing systems and building the systems as big as they can and then making them work together and watching how that stuff works? And Star Citizen isn't necessarily that yet. You can see signs of it. It's not all that. But I at least see that direction. The idea of a ship being in a dogfight battle and knowing that because that ship's in a dogfight, it's using a lot of power for lasers. Because it's using a lot of power for lasers, it can't use much power for life support. So you're right on the line of power quality. And if you have a relay go out, you have to go replace that in order to keep life support going better so that people on the ship can keep it running so that the lasers work. And at the end of all of that, if you get shot, you have to go make sure you repair that. And if you don't repair that, other people know you've been shot. What if your enemy recognizes your ship because they took off your wing and they went back and they found it later? They found your ship wingless later. Or what if you roll into base and somebody sees your ship all messed up and offers you a better price on repair and you meet a new faction of people that way? I see a game that's building stuff that I find that's cool, and they're trying to make it in a way that it all interacts with each other. And above all else, I think that's what makes me interested in the game. That and being in space. I like space. But I just really like the idea of complex systems working together and then me getting to sit in the middle of them and see how they bash me on the head for making stupid decisions or reward me for being smart every once in a while. And there are other games that do that. I'm not saying Star Citizen is alone in that, but Star Citizen does that in space. And I love space. So I am happy to try other games. Like, I don't tell people Star Citizen is the game that they should stick with. I don't tell people it's the game I'll stick with. But I think it gives opportunities that can be very fun. And that's what I see in it. That's why I'm excited for it. I just described EVE Online, and I tried EVE Online. That was what brought me to EVE Online originally as well. Didn't really vibe with me as well, though. I mean, you know, there's always something small that could take you off of that path. For EVE Online, I think it was probably just the point of reference. I like first-person and third-person games a lot more. So EVE is close, but it didn't quite get there for me. Elite Dangerous kind of had some of that going for it, and I enjoyed it. But again, Star Citizen kind of outdid it for me, so I started moving more towards Star Citizen. But I'm not playing this game because I think it's going to be the only game that ever does this stuff. I'm just playing it because it's the one that's doing it now. You've been playing for 2 years and watched thousands of hours of videos on it before deciding to pull the trigger on it. That's a lot. Appreciate you though, Smoke. Thanks for stopping by. I just recently started watching DayZ content, and there's a DayZ YouTuber that goes by the name Smoke. At what point do I think I'll start playing this game more? I think 3.18, maybe 3.19. I've not really had a computer that could run this game very well up until just now. What made you feel SC was special was the fact that you had to wait for a train to go to the spaceport. Love that in-game commute. Love it. Hey, Candyman. Star Citizen fan equals space is cool. Yeah. And I mean, you're not going to find me not going and playing Outer Worlds 2 or Starfield or whatever the next big space game is. I do hope that Star Citizen can make more progress before those things become a reality. If they don't, so be it. But, yeah, I just like space games a lot. And this is a pretty cool one. Phantom, thank you for the sub. I appreciate that Prime sub. And Taryn, thanks for the bits. Pizza Fund. Appreciate your time. Appreciate your answers. I'll see you in the verse Salt and All. How does Salt do in 0G? Thank you for the good questions, Emat. You're doing online school right now and got your stream on the second monitor. Yo, the best second monitor material you could find out here. A little bit of background noise. Happy to be with you for some schooling. Good afternoon, Ronnie. You're new to Star Citizen, waiting on a system that will run it. Just got your new Xbox. Ooh, nice. Waiting on Starfield. I'll be doing some more Starfield videos. I've got one. Literally, I've got a Starfield script that I wrote up like 2 weeks ago, or whenever the interview happened with Todd Howard. That I haven't been able to make. Hopefully by the end of this week, but I don't know when I'll be able to publish that one. But if you want to come chat about it, join us on Discord. We like Starfield. All right, so soft death. This person asked, do I need to neatly stack boxes all square in order to register them correctly? And they said, no, they're going to be on a cargo grid. So finally, we're going to have a grid that boxes will snap to, so you don't have to like slowly and very carefully place boxes whenever you want to. And I think I have a video that shows an early prototype of this on here. Here. So this kind of shows off the idea of the cargo grid, not exactly what it's going to look like. This video itself is 6 years old, but you can see in the top left here, it's kind of stacking and snapping into certain spots. I think we all know that cargo snapping can be kind of a pain, so hopefully they build it in a way that's pretty good, but doesn't just start placing boxes where you don't want them. Anything else interesting? Let's see. You can fit everything in your max capacity. And you can put even more stuff in after that. But anything else is considered loose items, and if they're on the ship... Sorry. Anything else is considered loose items, and if they are on the ship, you can sell them. So anything in the ship can be sold. This is not to be confused with the FPS items such as guns, ammunition, stims, or armor. So they're still drawing a very clear distinction between commodities and items, like this stuff. Those are technically in a third inventory in your ship, although I have a plan for that stuff too. I'm wondering what their plans are for the overall amount of inventories if we're going to be doing physical inventories. You keep trying to go back to MMOs, but nothing seems to hold your attention like they used to. Drazen fallen off the MMO wagon. How about single player games? Are you playing those at least? Just saying, as a game developer, they could put some simple Flappy Bird-like games in those arcade machines. Yeah, they could. They could. Waiting on Starfield, Drazen? That seems iffy. Because we don't really know when it's coming. They say Q1 2023, but what if Starfield's not coming until late next year? Then what? Are we reviewing patch notes? We're reviewing everything outside of patch notes. We're looking at everything that's on the roadmap and all the extras around it. Right now we're on Cargo Refactor, but we're about to move on to the prison activities. Ashes of Creation seems pretty cool. It seems to have that same energy that I said is what brings me to Star Citizen, that idea of different systems working together and leading you into consequences and problems. You thought you read that Starfield is having funding issues. Hadn't heard of that. I have not heard of funding issues around Star Citizen. I would imagine ZeniMax is doing okay on that front. All right, another addition to 3.18, Sandbox Prison Activities. Expansion of prison gameplay with a new suite of missions and sandbox activities to give inmates more opportunities to earn merits or to aid in their escape from prison. So we saw a couple of different feature drops on this. The most interesting one was actually not even inside Star Citizen. It was this one, Star Citizen Live, where they actually walked us through
to a player in the prison.
A mission. Here's the new mission.
Be on any of these AI. However, if you do so in the prison, you'll know that you'll get a murder charge still. So you will increase your sentence by doing it. However, that leads into our next spot. As you can see, the mission was just offered to the player. Now, this was triggered because the player got so deep into the mines that he entered a new section of the prison mines that we're calling the prison black spot. So this means that this area of the prison is so deep underground that the clash of
Starfield is single player
communications to prisoners, and Ruto has found a way to elude through that. So he has found a way to contact players within prison and offers them a mission. Now this mission is to retrieve a data chip that one of his other little minions failed to smuggle out of the escape route for him. So he's asked you to find his fallen fellow and retrieve.
Sorry, I'm kind of covering up the person talking. Freaking big ass
like
tomato.
I would just say, I've just seen a lot of people call out trespassing. That was a bug.
Yeah,
we fixed it. It wasn't meant to be there.
That's there because in order to do the test, you just warped yourself to the prison.
You
didn't actually have the crime scene.
We technically I'm not allowed here.
All right. So we're back up. So we've been skipping ahead a bit. Every time we fade to black, we skip ahead like 3 minutes. So we're now up. You're back at the fan. Folks will recognize the stopping the fan here.
New UI for the fan keypad though. That's got to be exciting, right?
Yeah.
I like it.
And yeah, we've so in terms of the escape route itself, we haven't. It would be a very big task to change the whole thing. But in order to add a little extra to it, we've the body that the data chip is on is kind of floating on these platforms within the main cylinder of the escape route. And it will be different each time where the body spawns, but as you can see here, this is quite high up in the escape route. Anyone familiar with this will know that this is right near the end of the escape route, but the body is sort of in the middle, so I locate one jump to make it across. Obviously on Aberdeen.
So we get a decent idea of what's going on. Let's skip ahead a little bit here to the escape.
All right, so we've skipped ahead. We're now outside. We've now, after falling about 6 or 7 times, most likely.
Yes.
We've come to the little storage crate that's got the Ursa. We've got the code for the Ursa.
Yeah, so you grab them from the guard room and then you escape prison, just like it was before. We've made a slight change here in this rover that spawns now will now spawn with some guns inside of it. The purpose of this will be shown just shortly, because towards the end of this mission you're going to be required to enter some combat. So,
okay, so you escape prison, you get the Ursa, you get some guns, you go to a derelict ship.
At the end will wipe you clear of them. So
the person who took the mission. So again, so if your friends come, if you enlist your friends, your crime stat will be cleared.
Yes.
But your friends will still have the new murder charges.
They'll have a long sentence.
They can essentially transport you.
And basically, you get this derelict, you find this ship that's been laid out for you by Ruto, and you escape with your crime stat. Now, this is in addition to a couple of other things that they added to the patch. Let's see if I could find those real quick. So this is in addition to a couple of the other additions they made in the patch to the security system and Korea. So let's listen to what they have to say about the Korea security outpost real quick. By the way, I don't think that Starfield's going to be a problem for Star Citizen. I actually think Starfield's going to help Star Citizen. I think Supposit said that as well. People are going to play Starfield and enjoy it and have a good time, and probably, if they like it enough, look for other games that do the same thing or something similar. And I think Starfield is going to have a lot of mechanics in it that are built to be casual and enjoyable and easy, and people are going to experience them and want to find other games that do that more. No Man's Sky, Outer Worlds, Outer Wilds, Elite Dangerous, space games in general. I think Star Citizen is on that list. I think there are going to be people who play Starfield and like the idea of zero G, like the idea of living on a ship, of engineering on a ship, of being ship crew, of living on a weird moon, stuff like that. That'll probably get interested in Star Citizen because of it. Starfield's going to show the people how hard it is, what Star Citizen is doing. Simple as that. Hey, it'll show how hard it is, or it'll show that Star Citizen should be farther ahead. Either way, it'll show us something. And we probably shouldn't take too much from it either way. But you can already see some ways that Starfield is doing things wildly different to make it work. In fact, I've heard rumored that it might be locked to 30 frames per second, which really surprised me and I hope is not true.
Where you could go and hack away your crime stat, kind of took away from Korea's unique PvP draw.
And we've decided that
agreed, Ronnie,
to give players a taste of what Korea used to be like.
Korea is a security outpost that was meant for Crusader security to kind of have as their base of operations. Unfortunately, it ended up not being fit for living and working there.
It's been abandoned by Crusader. The uses the player can have there is there's a few missions they can take there to kill, stragglers, ninetails. They can go there to hack away their crime stat. There's some loot there as well, so players do go there to loot.
However, now, if you approach Korea, you're going to immediately notice Crusader has moved in at this point.
They're going to be using this facility as it was intended. And the way they're doing this, and we're doing this to hopefully entice PvP at this location, is we're firstly beefing up the exterior security of Korea.
you will be met with new online turrets that will...
Welcome back, Jaybird. Hope you're feeling better.
It's now going to be even harder for people to approach and land. When you get there to land, you might find some enemies on the landing pad to thwart your infiltration of Korea. When you're inside Korea, there'll be Crusader security all around that you'll have to take out if you want to use that station. After killing a few of them, a security chief will spawn.
Now, if you take this guy down and you look around, he will have a security code on him.
You can take his datapad off, operate his terminal, and then start this contraband dispenser.
It's a device that goes into Korea's storage facility and pulls up contraband that was deposited by the law enforcement.
And the great thing about that is obviously we've got some highly valuable drugs in the game. We're making even more highly prohibited and expensive goods, as well as scrap. Just we'll throw some worthless rubbish in there, so it's an absolute gamble.
Dang,
You'll still be able to wipe your crime.
You don't shoot a man holding Pico. Come on.
Wanted at Korea, but the new thing we've done is we've removed the UGF crime stats. You will no longer be able to go to a UGF to wipe it.
Obviously, that's going to focus criminals and like law enforcement, those are roleplay law enforcement, into that area. But we decided that still wasn't enough. We'd been looking for a way to give players their first ever kind of player-triggered mission.
When this location goes under attack, which is when a certain amount of the AI that are defending the location are killed, and broadcast will be put out to all bounty hunters, anyone who is a lawful player, to come to this location and remove the threat at that location.
So that right there is the most significant part of these changes, in my opinion. Now, the first big disclaimer, I didn't see anybody freak out about it in chat, and I don't know if they said it already, but Korea is now the only place where you can remove a crime stat. So you can't go to a security outpost on the planet or anything like that. You literally have to come into the station, fight your way through, and hack the terminal to get rid of your stat. But they've made sure that level 1 and level 2 crime stats no longer require that. They only require a fine. So unless you're really doing some crimes, you should be okay. But with this whole change, as they said there,
into this location, an amount of the
kind of player-triggered mission.
When this location goes under attack, which is when a certain amount of the AI that are defending the location are killed, and broadcast will be put out to all bounty hunters, anyone who is a lawful player, to come to this location and remove the threat at that location.
So this sounds like the new center for PvP, right? Like, this sounds like Jumptown without Jumptown. I think it was somebody in the podcast said a few months ago. This sounds like the first true dynamic event, an actual event that gets started because of things that people are doing in the game. Somebody attacks the security outpost, it actually starts a mission for people to protect it and defend it. It'll be interesting to see how it balances out, because this definitely calls for a lot more people needing to help you remove your crime stat than before. But overall, interesting changes. And then in addition to that, we also got the changes to prisons and what happens in prison. So let's listen to that.
So currently in prison, there are 4 ways to get out. You can wait, you can mine, you can escape, and finally we added a mission where you can go and repair things for Gleisha, and they'll give you merits for doing so.
SPF safe.
But we
SPK
don't believe
will
that's
never
enough
be safe.
variety, so we're working on...
It's a funny thing, SPK will never be safe for lawless players, and it will likely mostly not be safe for lawful players either. I think you have to... I don't remember if you can get on that station just because you're lawful, if you need reputation with Crusader or what. But it's not going to be as safe. I'll be staying away from there. Unless I'm trying to fight people.
On more ways to complete your sentence.
The prison caves in particular can feel like quite a lonely place.
No news yet on the when the patch will be out.
Players is not particularly high, especially because there's 3 different routes.
So straight out of the gate, the first thing we're investigating is NPC prisoners in the caves. Currently, the caves are pretty empty. The only person in there is Auralia, and we want to expand that to have these. You'll be able to hopefully kill them if you want to risk the crime, and they might have some things that might help reduce your sentence.
We also wanted to provide more sandbox opportunities for earning merits.
Always love seeing more NPCs around the game.
So, some of you have noticed there's stashes dotted around the tunnels.
They can contain items that you could have bought previously from the vending machine, and they can also find themselves contraband items like prison shivs. We're looking at ways to have a system where players can bring back contraband and other prison-wanted items and be rewarded for it.
We also want to investigate adding a reward for players taking out violent inmates. This will help clean the prison up and stop them from causing a ruckus, and it will also provide, the model prisoners more ways to legally and preferably pay off their crimes to society. And for those who don't want to serve their time, we're adding a new mission into the prisons.
All criminals caught end up in Clashare, and there's lots of vital information to be recovered from there.
In a certain depth, in a certain cave, we're adding what is known as a black spot, where outside entities can contact you and ask you to do work inside of the prison.
In doing so, they will be rewarded very handsomely.
It's always great when we get to revisit locations and missions after getting player feedback, and this won't be the last of updates you'll find in the prison experience.
Oh, I hope not. So that's the updates to prisons. It's interesting to see them continuing to try them out and see what works and what doesn't, and build the gameplay out in those prisons, because I do think at some point that people are going to be spending quite a bit of time there, and it'd be good if, you don't lock them away from the game, you just kind of change the game for them. All right. Somebody asked, is that video on YouTube? I can drop the link if you'd like. Did I actually just close it? Nope, this is it. Here you go. With Korea being busier, prisons should be busier and more dynamic if they work. Love the change to for the CS1 and CS2s being fine. Yeah, that's a good change. It's so, gosh, could you imagine if that change hadn't been made and like newcomers were just getting crime stats and getting thrown to the wolves? Hey, JG Wentworth, good to see you, dude. 500 bits, appreciate you. That pizza fund is flowing. Thanks for the support, mate. I hope you're having a good day. Okay, so that's prison changes and Korea stuff. We covered 2 and 1. Very good job. Next up, new missions. Oh boy, they're not super different from things we've been doing. In fact, they're pretty similar to the Siege of Orison stuff we did, but like, can we just take a step back and look at how many new missions we got this year compared to other years? From the derelict outpost missions that we got, where you have to collect boxes or kill people, to the derelict settlements, where you have to go into the Ghost Hollow, to the space ship, the ships in space missions that we were doing, to these new FPS missions. Like, we got a decent amount of missions this year. Not great, and not anything I think should be close to standard, but much better than previous years. Dude, Deppa, are you gonna make? am I gonna have to get like a freaking plaque over here for Deppa? 20 memberships? Dog. That was the last one for today? Oh my man, you could say that's the last one for Christmas and I'll be shouting to the mountains. Thank you so much, man. Seriously blessed up this December. I appreciate you. I'm gonna consider that one a early birthday gift. Thank you. Seriously appreciated. And to anybody who was in chat who did get one of those memberships, make sure to check out the exclusive videos on the main page, labeled as member-only videos, and they've got some good topics, some good stuff to listen to. But seriously, Deppa just being a freaking VIP. I don't even know if we can add VIP to the It's the YouTube side of things. But it means a lot, man. I know I said that we're going to be doing this forever, for as long as we can. And like all of you who have, to start off, anybody who's viewing the stream is doing a ton to support us. Thank you so much for being here. But y'all throwing down the support in chat, in Twitch, in YouTube, all that stuff, thank you. It allows us to keep going, and it makes a big difference. So much appreciated. Let us. I don't know if they did any videos on the Orison missions. Do you guys remember if they did any of that stuff? If not, we can just look at inside Star Citizen about the Siege of Orison. How do gifts work? You never understood streaming? Yeah, it took me a while to understand how it all works. Gifts, basically, if you got one, Candyman, let's see. Did you get one? I don't see on there. But if you do receive a membership, Candyman, basically it gives you some access on YouTube. So like if you go to my own channel, my YouTube channel, and you go to the front page, you'll see this playlist here called Members Only Videos, which has like some of the bigger topics in the game. These are only available to anybody who has a membership on YouTube, a Twitch subscription, or is a supporter on Patreon or Ko-fi. And that's probably the biggest benefit of being a member. You can also join us for exclusive chat rooms on Discord if you use Discord. At certain levels, you get access to the behind-the-scenes videos we do. There's like a couple perks here and there, but for the most part, people do it to support, and I am greatly appreciative of that. All right, so let's check out how these Orison-type missions will work in the game, because these are going to be the new set of missions that we're doing after 3.18. Now, remember, they're talking about Siege of Orison. What we're talking about is separate, but they're the same style of missions. That's why we're watching this. PTU Wave 1 is not out yet. So when people gift memberships, they just pick a couple of people to give them out to. You can pick people, or you can give them out as community gifts, and then YouTube will pick who to send them to for you. Notice your YouTube stream views are up despite it being end of patch cycle. Everybody's pumped for 3.18. And it's December. We like watching YouTube in December. It's cold outside, my friend. Unless you're upside down and it's hot. You've been trying to see some of the exclusive videos because you put them together so clearly. Thank you.
Included in this quarter's patch as well.
All right.
Then
missions.
The big mammer jammer dynamic event of them all so far. The Siege of Orison is bringing with it an FPS event the likes of which has never been attempted in Star Citizen, pitting players against the criminally industrialist Ninetales in a battle to decide how Orison should be pronounced. Is it Orison or Horizon? Potato? Tomato? We may never know.
It's Orison, from what I've heard. Captain Turk, dude, don't worry about it. Like I said, you're here, you're watching the stream. Like that's all I could ever ask. Watch a stream, watch a video. That's super appreciated. You don't have to give money. Don't feel obligated in any way. How am I correlated to InfoRunners? I am part of the InfoRunners group.
But the battle across this new expansion to the Orison landing zone will be an involved one with many, many fronts. Can you tell I recorded Luke and Elliot from the mission?
Wait. Oh, okay. I thought they were not about to tell us about the missions. So again, this is not really useful because it's telling us about what the dynamic mission is. I'm just trying to give you a vibe of the visuals of where we'll be. These are going to be the first missions that take place in a city. We've never been required to do city-based stuff. All of our missions have been, you know, go here and pick up this box. Go here and protect these people in space. Go to this cave on a planet. But we've never had anything in terms of actual city-based missions. And I think, oh, actually, I will say this. Astropub thinks, I don't subscribe to this so clearly. Astropub thinks that these missions are a kind of a teaser of what we're going to get pretty soon with like the Loreville city rework. We're going to see more missions come to cities. with some of these reworks and some of the more space being used. So we'll see if that's true. But anyways, here are the new missions coming in 3.18. Well, okay. Here are a visual representation of the new missions.
Send them to the next location, so be aware of that.
You can't get to all the islands via the shuttles, but we've put enough toys around to allow you to get there a different way.
So there are various locked containers all over the island. You'll need a code to get into them.
Make sure to check them all because they have a multitude of surprises. We've added a maze in this somewhere. Just remember that you can't jump as far when you're wearing heavy armor. This event might take a while, so don't forget to loot your fallen enemies.
We decided we weren't going to hold the player's hand in this mission. There are a lot of optional secret objectives.
You're not wrong, Chris.
They'll have to figure out for themselves.
So like it's way different from what we normally get to fight in. We're usually fighting in bunkers and then occasionally out at a derelict ruin, but like this is full on urban FPS battlegrounds. Wildly different from stuff that they've done in Star Citizen before, so it should provide some new variety for people who are interested in FPS stuff. Like, literally anytime I wanted to do FPS missions, it would be like, okay, are we going to a bunker or are we doing the 890 jump mission? Now, there is a very solid and very obvious third alternative, and they're building them out, which is good. And I think having such a wildly different atmosphere to the area that the mission is in is also a solid plus. Somebody asked me about the Andromeda as a ship. I think it's a great combat ship for like 2 or 3 people. I'm not the biggest fan of the Constellation series, but Andromeda seems solid. Black intellect. It's a solid nerd dad joke. Gypsy, you just want to be playing some SC? Maybe it's better to just wait for 3.18. What are you usually doing in game? Zero to Hero just got a lot more fun. That is very true. This update's going to make working your way up the economic ladder a lot more interesting. The one thing I wish we had was better hauling gameplay. I think that would kind of push it a little bit further. Make people actually try to do hauling to work their way up. And give pirates more to do. But alas, we are now on to time trial races. We're talking about new missions coming to the game. Here's new missions along with an entire profession, folks. Who expected 3.18? I know, racing is iffy. And that's why I'm not making videos saying, oh, there's two new career paths are added in 3.18. But like, kinda. Both racing and salvage have become an opportunity to make money from, meet new people doing, and to do on your own. It's like actually a fairly big deal. And this is not just they added in, God, what was it? Scramble races? When they literally were like, okay, everybody come to a place and click on your mobiGlas and then the race starts. No, they've added like 5 or 6 racetracks here. They've added a stopwatch so you could do the timing. I'm pretty sure they've added leaderboards or something. I don't know if they've added leaderboards, but they set times, they set actual racing areas, and it's just so good to see. It's not gonna set the game apart or anything or set it above anybody else, but dang, I'm just so glad that they were able to do something like that for a patch like this. Let's see if we can find where they talk about racing. I think it was fairly recent. Race chase. There we are.
Close as we could to the initial community.
Hey, from Portugal. Hello, Portugal. 3.18 outposts, 4.0 space stations. Oh yeah, this is actually, let's go over this real quick. This is something that's added to 3.18 that's not anywhere. It's not listed on the roadmap. It's not in the patch watch or anything like that. They just kind of mentioned this in ISC. So this is new locations that are coming to different planets in the game. We'll listen to this real quick. Extreme Tuber, thanks for the sub, man. Merry Twitchmas, appreciate you. 25 months. Such a long time. Yeah, so here is actually some new locations that are not really talked about coming to the game in 3.18.
They weren't initially meant to come out for 3.18. When 3.17 came out, we had just initially 5 derelict outposts on Microtech, but now we're times that by 7, so when 3.18 rolls out, there should be 35 derelict outposts, 10 on Microtech, 10 on Hurston, and between 1 to 6 on various different moons throughout the Stanton system. Well, the players can go through and explore the environment. They can look for loot boxes, so they can get a munch or maybe find a multi-tool or just things that they could sell at kiosks. There are also delivery missions as well, similar to the ones that you've seen in 3.17, where the players will go to a derelict outpost, which is occupied by Ninetales, take them out, get the delivery box, and deliver it to wherever it needs to go. So some of the issues that we've seen so far with the derelict outpost are related to AI. As you might have seen in CitizenCon, there have been some updates to the combat AI, and it's kind of slowly making its way into the PU. So there's a few little teething issues there just to make sure that the AI are actually working correctly within the derelict outpost on the planets and hopefully not walking into walls. Because 3.18 is got a lot of content coming, with say like PES, for instance, it has been a bit more of a challenging release, just because obviously the new issues that are coming up because of PES, but I think that the teams are tackling it as quickly as they possibly can. We're thankful that we're getting the extra time to kind of really flesh it out and make sure that it's a quality release for the players.
Honestly, this isn't a huge update,
Teams
but
are
like
tackling it as quickly as they.
It's more locations for future exploration and FPS gameplay, which is nice, and diversified locations too. Keep in mind, the first time we saw these locations at all in a concept was the beginning of this year. So they've gone through this pretty quickly. Are you guys saying that the raffles aren't working? They should be. Let's see. Let me scroll back and see if the bot said anything about a raffle. Maybe the bot is broken. Nah, it's still spamming chat plenty. Nobody can trigger the raffle, so don't worry about that. It's a bot thing. Let me see if it... There's already a raffle running. No, I just started the raffle. I don't know why it wasn't starting before, but it should be on right now, so you can join. Just remember, y'all, much as they tested, it's gonna need hot fixes that ain't coming until after New Year. Yeah. Gonna be scary when the AI can recognize ships and use railguns. And we've seen it in the monthly report too. I wonder when that's happening. Raffles just for points. We use points to allow people to get entries into our giveaways we host on Twitch. So there's no giveaway going on right now, but as you're getting these points from the raffle, from following, from subbing, whatever you do, you can save those points up and put them towards our giveaway coming up next patch. All right. Race locations. Here are the races that were added into the patch for all you who love flying around. Who won the Aurora? Who is it? Salty something? Something? I don't know. Salty McLovin. Keep in mind, also, apparently Toby Eye Tracker is doing a 20% discount later on this week. So I'll be talking about that a little bit more. I'm going to see actually if we can hook up with Toby and maybe give an eye tracker away to chat. Would you guys be down for that? Anybody looking for one of those? I'll get in contact with them and see if we can do that. But if not, they are doing a 20% discount on the eye tracker some point this week. I'll make sure my my code is ready to be used if anybody wants to do some of that. But we'll see if we can make that happen.
Allows for a synchronicity of purpose and an acknowledgement of necessity that's been a hallmark of Star Citizen's development for years. And while technical teams continue to put Alpha 3.18 through its paces ahead of its now scheduled December release, the delay from its original publish has provided a number of limited opportunities to content teams to afford them chances they might not otherwise have been able to utilize. And for members of the EU Sandbox 1
Hey, Kinrays, thank you for the follow and the sub. Appreciate you. Thanks for dropping by. I hope you're enjoying the stream.
team, that means getting to continue an initiative started earlier this year to research community-created racetracks in the Stanton system and find new ways to incorporate them officially into the very fabric of the pursuit.
See, why didn't they incorporate my racetrack? I've gotten very good at running from the New Babbage spawn to the New Babbage spaceport very quickly, and I don't see any official in-game tracks based on that, you know?
Racetrack on the Star
Rude.
Racing Discord, I believe. So there are some
Appreciate you, Kinrays.
exact. We've taken, direct copies of those tracks, but the yellow one is a little bit different because we've moved it slightly away from Grimhex into an adjacent asteroid field. So our designer in DE, Antoine Fauville, he's taken, a course and he's made it for the players to play. I think it's just really nice to have more space POIs. We have, attractions like Grimhex.
The one thing I don't like about the racetracks. Oh, Supposit, catch you later. Have a good one. The thing that I don't like about the racetracks is that the Grimhex racetrack isn't actually using the Grimhex race section that we saw get built and added to the game a couple years ago. It's like, there's something to be said about adding locations and not using them for years, but then they have the opportunity. And I know there are reasons for not doing it, likely the law system, the reputation system, how much people will get attacked, all that kind of stuff. But still, would have been just great to see that space actually start to be used. But that's unfortunately, it'll happen later.
But we need more in the surrounding vicinity. So it might be a case of where you're just flying.
What would a Dakar-style event be?
Surface and you come across something like this. And we've really built up the structures with refinery modules and cargo modules that we've used before. So it's a nice point of interest, and also it looks cool. We're using lots of the natural formations of the rocks themselves and also asteroid tethers and stuff like that are already in the game. Those are our natural checkpoints for the race. I think it's really cool that we have a community that we can take inspiration from and build something of our own. As much as we play test, as much as we spend time in the engine, the players are the ones who are spending hours and hours refining their skills and thinking of new activities to do. So for example, with the Grim Prospects racetrack, it was quite bare, they were just racing around a
Shadow Grant, I'd look into the Daymar Rally. It's not official, it's community hosted, but the company does back it and they've put it in the official lore. It is a long distance event. I actually have a documentary on it. If you Google, search Daymar Rally on Google and find the documentary from Imperial Geographic. That was my first thing covering that. But that's a pretty cool event coming up in January.
Pre-memorized routes going around all of these asteroids. But now we can really delineate that race and, we can art it up and make it look pretty as well. So people have more memorable moments to talk about.
Evocati is definitely not code for bribing streamers. Honestly, I think if I was an Evocati, I would quit after joining as a streamer, but as somebody who makes content, I've never once been even considered for Evocati. You gotta report glitches and stuff for that kind of thing.
From Yila, named for the oldest of three siblings featured in the now classic 24th century children's morality tale A Gift for Baba, which you can read in its entirety on the robertsspaceindustries.com website. Shout out to the narrative team. We move to Euterpe, named for the ancient Greek muse of music, the smallest and perhaps most barren of Microtech's 3 moons.
What I'm currently working on now is the racing track on Euterpe. It's called Icebreaker. I believe it was actually from...
Yo, nice jacket, dude.
Originally. And what we did is we took that initial bare bone structure and we basically created, using the Microtech prefabs and assets, is we actually created like a little research facility based We've kept
I really hope they put other missions in this place. Look at how much land there is. Like, give us some delivery or I don't know, escort missions or infiltration missions in this place.
Little research facility based. We've kept the path as close as we could to the initial community racetrack, but what we've done is we've added bits of flavor in from structures to fly past, structures to fly under, and then we've done a bit of a lighting pass to kind of help navigate the player around the space, but without feeling like the intention beforehand was meant to be for racing. It was meant to be this kind of large open front sea kind of facility with like long struts coming out and kind of good. There's good vantage points as well for like when the players come together, that we have little landing pad spots that where you could group up, get together, you could watch your teammates flying around, trying to beat one another kind of competitively. On Utopia, there's not actually tons of POIs, and I think, to be honest, this new space, this new location is going to be one of the key locations on this moon.
I think that kind of means they're going to use it for more stuff, right? You don't just say this is going to be a key location and then be like, it's a racetrack. That sounds like, honestly, it's kind of crazy to see how big and developed these buildings are on a moon. Almost makes you think that maybe the moons in this system aren't going to be as abandoned as they feel. They always felt like Frontier to me. Like these moons, they have single outposts and like, what do they call them? Aid shelters and stuff like that. So I've always thought of the moons as being pretty much abandoned and nobody's there. But this is a pretty big facility. Makes you wonder if they're going to start adding a lot more to the moons than what we were thinking. Why are we talking politics? Oh, somebody's asking a question about Reagan. So I ain't even going to be able to play 3.18 until January is what you're telling me? Why not?
This new location is going to be one of the key locations on this moon.
Now, these two new racetracks on Yila and Euterpe make up only a third of the community creations being canonized in the upcoming Alpha 3.18. And we're going to be showcasing even more being created by our partners at Turbulent on tomorrow's Star Citizen Live.
Wasn't there one? Yeah, there's one more racetrack.
It's of Area 18.
This one's probably going to be so much fun.
So, what did we learn this?
That's a hard pull to turn off. Did they just... I'm pretty sure they just pulled that tight turn in third person without looking where they were going. Like this turn right here, I believe we're seeing what they're seeing, and they just like turn around this building. It's so risky. I would have died. How can you race if you're at 5 FPS? Some people get really good FPS at R-Corp. I don't know how they do it. But I'm happy for them. I probably won't be able to do any of these races until January if I do get my computer upgrade, but I'm happy to see them. They're pretty cool. It's exciting stuff, and I'm interested to see how they change as they test them. All right. Next up on the list of new features, Salvage. Some good old hole stripping. This one is, I think, probably the most headline capturing addition of the patch. And for good reason. We've waited a long time for it. I'm going to do this. I do this every time. Star Citizen Salvage delays, just because I'd like to draw some context to how ridiculous the Salvage update is. Same picture every time. looking at the different delays that Salvage saw from 2016 into 2018, into 2019, on from 2019 into 2020, after that from 2020 to 2021, finally moved on to 2022, and here we are, folks. It's happening. Salvage is actually getting added to the game. It's confirmed, it's committed, it's been tested. We see it in the monthly reports, we see it in ISC, finally. So, of course, we'll put out the disclaimer because I know people like to make sure this is known. If you do look at the repair, oh my god, and the repair documents following this game are so overblown. I don't think it's going to be this complicated, but if you scroll down to repair and you look at the repair arm operator, you see that hull stripping was actually part of repair. Vital for improving the integrity of a ship's hull that has only sustained light damage as only missing segments can be patched. In stripping mode, the arm's high-powered laser is used to cleanly remove parts of the component surface without causing structural damage to the surrounding area. Stripped surfaces are converted and collected as a percentage of its raw materials. Stripping is also necessary when a component or part has been completely detached. Full component reconstruction requires a clean attachment point, requiring the operator to cut away any debris that compromises the area. That's getting in a little bit more into detail because it's the repair side, but stripping itself is something that was originally planned for repair that they've obviously moved under the Salvage umbrella. And to be honest, both features are very similar. They share a lot of components, but it goes to show that CIG is building this over time, and some things change and move around, and as we can see, Salvage is not what Salvage originally was planned to be. That, however, doesn't mean that Salvage isn't happening. That doesn't mean that Salvage isn't going to happen in how people would like. Just as a disclaimer before we get into this. What we're getting right now is Salvage T0, right? That's what just ended. You can see that Salvage vehicle munching is already being worked on though, which would be the act of actually pulling in parts of a ship, crushing them up into boxes of material and selling those for goods. We will also get component retrieval, which allows you to go into a ship, take out the components and sell them. And we will get siphoning, so you can drain the fuel and oxygen and water out of ships as you need. But for now, we're just getting hull stripping. So let's take a look at what that includes here. Dan, thank you for the $10 super chat. Appreciate your support, my friend. You keep us going. Folks are expecting this to be a huge money maker. I think they will be unimpressed. I think it'll be big for the first quarter or two until they dial it back, but I'm guessing they're going to make it valuable to do so that they get people using Salvage a lot. Oh, it's not at Area 18. That's good. When is it coming out? Later this month. Hey, Polite Gaming, how you doing? Good to see you. I also saw the Poets in here earlier. If you're still here, good to see you.
Really trying to cater to people who want the diversity and exploration type gameplay.
You might find debris fields of a long lost battle, or on your discovery tour you find a destroyed ship.
I'm excited about players playing this and salvaging wrecks of ships in the PU.
So right now when you destroy a ship, that's kind of it.
So that's where Salvage comes in, where we sort of extend the life of the spaceship.
We want you to be able to find destroyed versions of these, look at them in ways you would never have seen them before, and have this extra gameplay with them.
There are different aspects of Salvage that we want to introduce to the game, and the very first one that we will have is the hull scraping.
Which is where you blast off the external surface of the ship and sell that material for profit.
Hull stripping right now is split into two parts. We have the FPS side, and you have the vehicle side.
So in vehicle hull scraping, this will be for the Vulture and the Reclaimer, where you take your great big salvage lasers and you take off as much of the material as you can.
For the Vulture, it's very easy. You are the only person. It's the lone wolf ship.
You can go out, explore, find wrecks just by yourself. Best catering to the smaller types of wrecks you would find.
In the Vulture, you activate the Salvage mode, which then allows you to use the scraper beams to operate them over the surface area of the ship and gather the material.
When you're doing the scraper beams, there's two settings. There's a kind of a gimbaled mode that lets you control either laser separately, and then when you want, you lock them into place and fix them. And then you can basically, they stay relative to each other, but then you can move them around. So you can like lock both of them to be out wide and then salvage like that, or you can lock both of them to be shooting at the same spot and lock them like and salvage like that. So there's a little bit of creativity you can have with the lasers. I'm sure people will figure out best practices. And it seems like they're going to be adding components and different types of salvage beams to this in a similar way to what they did in mining. Marchij, I kind of agree with you. I don't know if this is going to hit live in 3.18 is going to hit live this year. I think it'd be risky to do it, but everybody is kind of banking on it happening. I think going open PTU is good enough, but Astropub and Execute had a good point. If they don't push 3.18 out this year, that puts them at only one patch in the year, which is not great looking, and it's going to be a bad PR kind of thing for them. So they're in a tough spot. And as usual, they've put themselves there. It's a bummer, but it's part of the development of this game. Anyways, let's continue with Salvage. In fact, you guys keep watching this. I will be right back.
For the Reclaimer, we highly recommend you to come in a group.
You want probably at least 2 people to man the salvage lasers, and a few people in the back of the cargo bay to help you stash away your earnings. You'll go out, you'll find a wreck, turn on the great big front lights of the Reclaimer so you can see what you're doing, and the 2 people in the salvage turrets will start blasting away at the hull to strip it off. As that happens, you're gathering what we call RMC, recycled material composite material, which gets put into cargo boxes in the filler stations that are in the back of the Reclaimer. And you'll need someone back there to take these full crates out of the dispenser and stack them away on your cargo grid.
And once you have your cargo hold full, you fly to the station where you then can sell the commodity. The FPS loop in comparison is much simpler. You just buy a Grey Cat multi-tool, you make sure that you buy the salvage attachment, you make sure that the salvage attachment is actually attached to the Grey Cat multi-tool, and this is the moment where you can scrape off any material that is salvageable right away.
We also want to allow you to use that material that you gain from hull scraping to immediately repair any damage your ship might have taken. This is really useful for people who are out dogfighting, perhaps. You shoot down your opponent, go out with your multi-tool, take the hull off their ship, and put it back on yours to repair the damage.
You will see where on your own ship you have repaired. So you're kind of getting this battle scarring of your ship.
So right now, both the FPS and ship hull scraping has progressed very nicely, but there's still a long ways to go with regards to selling the material. We've got a lot of VFX and audio tweaks to do along the way. We want to fully refine the user experience.
All right, I was actually listening while I was gone. So a couple things I want to say about Salvage. First, who's down to join me on PTU Wave 1 and try to... I want to do a quick test and see if we can do profitable salvaging using the Reclaimer with a full crew. I think that's 4 people, they said. A pilot, 2 salvage gunners, and somebody handling all of the packaging. I want to see if I can get a crew of 4 together and we can make that profitable in a couple of hours. If you want to do that, jump on the Discord. Make sure to be around when we start, and I will. I'll put out a call. I'll put out a very subtle call though, because, you know, obviously we don't want to get I don't like saying no to people. So I don't want to get like a dozen people and have to tell them all no. So just be on the Discord and keep a lookout for when PTU goes wave 1. Second thing that I like about Salvage is the whole repair thing. Like the fact that repair and salvage are... Do you guys think that repair and salvage could be 2 different professions? You think repair could be its own profession? I'm going to ask that. You know what? Since Twitch is getting the giveaways, I'm going to give YouTube this exclusive poll. Can salvage be considered... Oh, sorry. Can repair be considered its own career path in game? I want to see what you guys say. I mean, I'm assuming most people will say yes. It's clear that they want to do that, but I'd like to know what the community says. On YouTube, just drop the poll, check it out in chat if you'd like to. Give it an answer. Could be, it will definitely be with salvage repair specific ships. Yes. You give it a yes. Yeah. Not right now, but eventually you think so. Repair is drone operators of the Vulcan is anything to go by. Most definitely yes, yes, yes. Okay, cool. So we're all on the same page. Repair is its own profession, right? What we're getting in 3.18 isn't enough for it to be considered a profession. But isn't it kind of crazy that we're seeing the beginning of the racing profession, the salvage profession, and the repair profession all in the same patch after getting, what, 2 or 3? After getting mining and medical? Now suddenly we get 3 in one patch. So one of the things I love about repair is that everybody can do it and everybody needs to do it. Salvage is like gonna be something that people generally do for fun or for money. But repair is kind of like exploration, which is also kind of like, I want to say power management, engineering. All 3 of those things are stuff that like people have to do because that's just how you work. You have to use the star map to find somewhere to jump to. You have to repair the damage to your ship, I guess unless you go to a space station, and you have to monitor the power going through your pipes. And I enjoy seeing repair added because I know that it's just such an important part of that. Like repair helps make the game feel more lasting. You repair something on your ship and you see the battle scars sticking around. You know, you remember the story of what happened. Love that stuff. Gets me fucking going. I'm sorry I get excited. But yeah, salvage and repair, cool. Solid. Good addition. I love it. I love to see it. It's been forever coming. It is going to be our first profession that I think gets the proper tier 1 treatment instead of just tier 0. And it's another thing for people to do. Holy crap, guys. You know how nice it is to get to a point where there's something else to suggest people do? Like, it's frustrating to have to dig for stuff. I make games that are like, what can you do in this game? What is a new player's experience in this game? And like, I kind of, I dread how long those are going to get as they add more stuff, but I also enjoy that I get to generalize the details. I don't have to get super detailed into things just to talk about them. Rather, there's so much stuff that I have to shorten the details and start talking about all these different things that people can get into. It's exciting to be like, yeah, you can mine, you can fight, you can salvage, you can be a medic, you could be an FPS person. Used to be like 3 things on that list. Will all stations keep their repair capabilities going forward, or will they remove them to rely on player-to-player repair? You know, I bet at some point they'll remove them. At some point, only certain stations will do repairs, I imagine. That's what they originally were doing. And I think once they're in a better place supporting that feature, they might do that. You don't think salvage is going to be very profitable? It might not, but it's still something to do. Let's be honest. We're all looking for things to do in Star Citizen. Have I heard anything about repairing, mining, scanning? Not mining or scanning, but repair, yeah. It's coming with salvage. To an extent. Will all stations, I already read that. You can see salvaging wrecks being dangerous, people jumping salvage claims, and also pirates waiting around. Yeah, until the systems are split up and lawless players are going other places from lawful players, you're gonna want to have a little bit more protection, I think. We've always been playing in a game that with zero to no forethought when it comes to protection. We might end up having to switch to a game that focuses more on protection, at least until the systems are separate. Maybe it won't be that bad though. We'll see. Depends on the community. There will be a necessity to explore the universe to search for big ships, go near places where battles occurred, and that stuff. You dream. Well, you bring up a good point. The introduction of Salvage actually brings in... Did they mention it here? I don't think they mentioned it. You know what? I think they mention it here. The introduction of Salvage actually includes the ability to scan for derelict ships. That's one of the biggest deals in this whole patch to me. With 3.18, instead of just mineable rocks and other people's ships, they've doubled the amount of things we can scan to include cargo containers, because I think you can see inside what's inside a cargo container now, and derelict ships can both be scannable. So that's a pretty big boost to exploration gameplay too. Now you can hire explorers to go out and look for derelict ships, and then they can sell that location to the salvagers. It's not super facilitated by the game, but you could do it. Sandbox needs more sand. And maybe another shovel or two. What about armor? Nothing on armor either. It's not even on the progress tracker. I don't know what's going on with physical armor. You've been in it for a while now. Newer players have overwhelming number of options where to start, and if you take your time, then even the current loops offer loads of gameplay. You know what? Maybe I'm a little... what's the word? Disillusioned on the game. Maybe I really do need a good 0 to hero restart. Because I haven't, like we said, we all agreed, I think, I haven't played very much this year. And the game's changed quite a bit in the last 2 years. And to be honest, I've never taken the game that seriously, so maybe. You should have to think about being careful and defending yourself. That's literally why every ship has guns. Yeah, there's a gradient to it, though. I think if you're in a star system like Terra, and you're like, I don't know, in orbit around Terra, Prime, that is, you shouldn't be worrying about pirates, really, right? Like, you should feel okay with just your guns on your back defending you. And I think that would even be true in some places in Stanton, but that's never going to be true until we have more star systems. So right now, yeah, I agree. We need to get used to having protection. You pulled the 3D model from the game and converted it? What was that? I love diving into the middle of conversations in chat. I'm like that annoying person that walks into the circle at the party and it's just like, yeah, what you talking about? Oh, the Carrick, nice. So let's listen to this last update on hull scraping. This is the last bit of info we got, actually, on the Q3 follow-up. Now, we've seen, like, patch notes and stuff like that, but this is the last video update I think they gave us on Salvage. And they might mention a couple of the details I was talking about a little bit ago.
So there were some questions after we released our last ISC where
Portugal
we talked
invasion.
about hull scraping.
Oh, we got raided by Portugal. Hello. Welcome. That's probably poor wording. But welcome to the welcome to chat, Kanga group. How y'all doing? Thank you for the shout out. I appreciate you. I don't think I recognize the name. Is this the first time? Good to see you. Thanks for dropping in, folks. I gave them a little shout out, dropped them in chat. Also playing Star Citizen. Fancy that. Might be a chance to check them out. Give them a follow. See you next time they're online if you're into that kind of thing. You know, Star Citizen. It's not like we're all here for that or anything. Welcome, Kanga chat. We are actually going over all the features of 3.18. So we've been, We've been going over the features of 3.18 and the thoughts in my brain. I'm not gonna lie, we've been very off topic this stream. To anybody who's watching this afterwards as a video, thank you. Hats off to you for sticking around for this long. We've been getting all over the place with discussion, but we've been following the features and ships that are coming in 3.18, all the little bits and pieces and details. So if you're into that, stick around, check it out, have some fun. You're all Star Citizen players. Some of you are from Brazil too. Cool. I haven't been to Brazil, but Portugal was lovely when I got to visit. Great place, a lot of water. Post results on Discord, so cool. Post what results? Of the poll? Anyways, I'm sorry. Let's see, this is what I keep doing. Let's listen to what the good people at CIG have to say.
Scraping. And there are some things that I can clarify from our position. So what makes a reclaimer more profitable or better in comparison to the vulture? For T0 there is no real difference. So the only difference there is you have more space to store your scraped off hull material.
We've also seen in the patch notes, I don't know if they changed it since then or if he just forgot, but they said in the patch notes that the Reclaimer's laser is being made more powerful in order up until they add the Reclaimer's specific gameplay. Can already see whenever that time comes and they lower back down the power of the Reclaimer's salvage lasers, that becoming a point of conversation.
But the proper differences only come with Salvage T1. So once we talk about munching and actually like converting proper ship debris into smaller bits, the size of the reclaimer is definitely an advantage here. Some comments were all asking about how can we use the scraper beam.
Yeah, no, I mentioned, guys, that they might have changed since you said that, or he might have forgotten it. But yeah, I think it's much more likely that it was just the change that came up in Evocati, which is why it was on the patch notes.
Offensive manner. Technically you can, but you have to make sure that the target ship has its shield deactivated. So as long as another ship is shielded, you will not be able to touch the hull, because there's like this energy field that is protecting the hull. So there were also some questions on the repair side, and sadly, this repair iteration isn't the full fleshed out repair that you might need if your ship is fully destroyed. So if you lost a wing, the wing is lost. If you lost your engine, the engine is lost. So your magically repair gun that right now is taking the hull material to create new hull material, so this gun isn't able to 3D print you an engine, a fully functional engine with all its parts. So what it does is just cover-ups of like your hull. So it increases your health of the ship again, but only to a degree where it is reasonable in comparison to what the hull actually stands for. So the material that you gather with the vehicle can be converted into the material that you...
I wonder if there's going to be some sort of readout that tells us how much of our hull is like at a lower health level because of that. I don't know if they said this is going to have an actual gameplay effect on the armor level yet, but when it does, I wonder what they're going to do to show us like, hey, this is at 60% health. Watch out. Silly putty. Food in the game. Don't know anything about it really, but the shops and patrons are getting a rework right now, and they probably... that's going to be related in some ways. I'm not sure exactly what you mean in terms of the food. But in like the selling process and buying process of food, I think will be changing with the shops and patrons sometime soon. Then again, we've been hearing about shops and patrons and all versions of them for like 4 years, so I don't actually know.
You use for your multi-tool to repair ships. There's one more thing. So we saw that you were already asking for, what about players that are not interested in any combat scenario or in waiting others to shoot themselves to shreds and then picking up the debris pieces for profit from the hull scraping? Well, we have a solution for you. And well, the miners of you might already know it. So we will expand our harvestable system to also facilitate to spawn fresh derelicts. And what are fresh derelicts? Basically, they are just the husks of existing ships that have a probability to spawn in asteroid fields or...
Yo, how many derelicts are they going to have to spawn? I was just thinking, if there's going to be this many people, like, they're just going to be crashed spaceships everywhere. Because there's a lot of mineable rocks. And this would probably be spawned kind of similar to mineable rocks. There's just going to be a bunch of derelict freelancers and starfarers and stuff floating in space all over the place. At least in the asteroid belts. I think they'll rework the hunger system? Yeah, they're going to balance the crap out of that as we keep going.
Like basically around all the Lagrange points. And you will be able to find them using scanning. And then approach them like you would do with a mineable, and then scrape off their hull. And that is coming in Alpha 3.18.
So, what did we learn this?
What about players that are? It would be nice to see them whole HP to your MFD on your ship. What about players that are what? Salvaging? It would be nice to see that on your MFT. All right. Salvage. Sounds good? Do you guys like it? Do you not like it? What do you think of this version of Salvage coming in? How much they're adding, what they're talking about with the derelicts and all that stuff, and even, I guess, the repair side of it. Tell me your thoughts. You'd figured it'd probably be a lot of that stuff in asteroid belts. Could be fun to have internal story dressing for what happened. It would be nice. Some lore. We love the lore. You can't wait to take your vulture out and earn money a new way. Yeah. Just nice to have something significant that's new to do. We have to start somewhere. It will only get better. Indeed. I'm surprised that they're so gung-ho on vehicle munching. I would not have expected that in the following year from this. There's like, if you look at all of the things that they kind of say they're working on and are talking about, I guess a lot of that stuff is at some point going to get pushed back. But there's a lot of significant stuff that has at least some form of work finishing next year. Vehicle munching being one of those things. Maybe Salvage pulls more out of the ships, like multiple vultures are needed for a single salvage. Yeah, with the bigger ships. They should do salvaging missions, though. Yeah, and it goes along with mining. They don't do mining missions either. So I wonder what's up with that. Don't think that's a coincidence. Nice to see a profession enter the game. You'll have to find something else to move right on every roadmap. Yeah, I think we're gonna have to find another thing to move. I think passenger transport's a pretty good option. Can't wait until you can drop a space dump in someone's 100i cargo bay. That's good. That'll be great. Very curious on vehicle munching. Same. Vehicle munching brings a lot of questions. How is that going to work? How are they going to break up ships? Like, how are we going to be able to break up a bunch of all the ships in the game? How does that even happen? They don't use voxels, so... Like, what? They're going to have to hide that process somehow. Yep, Reclaimer's got a game loop now. Can we salvage the derelicts already in game? I don't know. They've not ever come out and said that we can salvage every derelict there is. I know we can't do derelict settlements as of right now. I don't know about the custom placed derelicts like the Caterpillar and stuff like that. Gen 12 update by Sylvan on the dev tracker. I've actually already got it open. Doom 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 doom. Doom 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 doom. Okay. So he made a couple comments. We will look at this when we talk about Gen 12, which is coming up very soon, actually. Why don't we move on to the next update, next feature in the update after Salvage is persistent entity streaming in Gen 12. So how about we just start with Gen 12 right now, and then we'll talk about persistent entity streaming to wrap things up. So let me get rid of all this stuff. Get rid of that. What is this? December 8th? Okay. Get rid of that. Cool. Let's talk Gen 12. So, Gen 12 is optimization. You know how people are like, hey, this game runs terrible. They should stop adding features and optimize the game. They did it. They didn't optimize it, but they're definitely adding to the optimization of the game. Basically, you know, I'm not even going to say basically. As far as I understand, and I'm sure there are people in chat who can better answer this, but Gen 12 is helping to run processes in parallel to free up some of the effort from the CPU so that the GPU can take over some of the rendering. Or sorry, the GPU always renders, so that the rendering process is shorter. The details aren't important. Gen 12 is going to help some of the more CPU bottlenecked computers in the God, I hate this song. Some of the more CPU bottleneck computers in the community run the game better. It's going to unlock the ability for them to implement APIs that help the game run better, like Vulcan. It's going to give them more flexibility when it comes to customizing the game. So the Gen 12 renderer will give them the ability to offer us more graphics options. Turn on this kind of lighting, turn on that kind of fog, lower this kind of setting. But like, you know, the things that you need to tweak in a game to get it to run at 60 frames per second can be enabled because of Gen 12. So the Gen 12 renderer isn't so much a change on its own as it is kind of like persistent entity streaming, allowing for a lot of other things to change. A lot of the things people have asked about, from DLSS to FSR to ray tracing to anti-aliasing, all these like things that you like in games that are newer will be made more possible by Gen 12. So this update may or may not bring new progress to FPS. It may or may not make the game better, but it's an optimization in how the game runs and an opportunity for more things to do things. That's my best attempt at explaining this. I'm sure there's a lot better stuff in chat. Hey Aaron, how you doing? Good to see you. You've seen them say that they have not updated the current derelicts to be salvaged. Okay, that's good to know. Also allows easier integration to new APIs. Yes. Has there been any news or progress on the Vulcan repair fueling ship? Nah, they haven't talked about it. I wish. I love that ship. I want it, but nothing yet. It's using more compute shaders for prep and moving the pipeline to the GPU, not the CPU, so more resources directly mapped and used from GPU memory, and an all-around better deferred renderer. Yeah, that kind of stuff. So Gen 12 has more magic smoke and hope inside it, making things stable. How does the game run on AMD versus Intel currently? I don't actually know. I do know that the 5800X 3D is supposed to run the game very, very nicely. You will get more optimization by changing paging settings than you will see from Gen 12. Ah. But now we don't have to change the page settings. Okay, let's listen to Gen 12 talk and see what the actual person who's building it has to say about it.
Ray tracing, efficient boost performance, time our old rendering. It is, and the latter is what Gen 12 is all about. It is from the ground up a complete redesign of our old rendering architecture, which decreases CPU submission time massively. The end goal of Gen 12, however, is to make use of a new graphics API called Vulcan, which will boost performance even more and also allows us to add new cool features like AI scaling, ray tracing, efficient multi-view rendering for VR, and Linux support, and more. This meant, however, we had to rewrite every single graphics feature and ensure that it's running smoothly and as expected on this new architecture. A daunting task, which takes years in a game like Star Citizen with its hundreds of different shaders, thousands of materials, and dozens of features actively used in production.
Love that shot.
You've seen our first milestone mid last year, 2021, with patch 3.14, when we had a few post-processing effects running on Gen 12 by default. This proved that our new rendering architecture was working as intended.
Alright, I'm gonna skip ahead to where he shows us the improvements here.
Probably GPU bound, and you won't see much of a benefit. GPU or Gen 12 primarily in a totally different experience on a different machine. Also note that Gen 12 primarily boosts CPU performance, so if you have a weak...
It's concerning that they mention Linux and VR support? That's been like... People have been clawing at the walls for Linux support for like 8 years with this game. Why is that a bad thing? I think that was a really important thing for them.
GPU or playing in very high resolutions, which is really demanding for GPUs, your game is probably GPU bound and you won't see much of a benefit. Okay, so let's take a look at the scene here in Orson, which is well known to be one of the most expensive cities in game right now. Before we start, please do me one favor and don't look at the FPS, because this is a highly unoptimized build with highly unoptimized code and very expensive debug tracking. So any discussion about FPS here is completely meaningless. Alright, so on the right side, we have this D3D API call info window, which tells us precisely how many draw calls and how many API calls we do every frame. This is the work the engine has to do to send commands to the graphics driver, which determines how fast the CPU can feed the GPU with commands to render our frame. This is pure legacy mode. We have 47,000 API calls.
That's a lot.
And let's switch it to Gen 12. So this is Gen 12 mode. The API calls drop to about 33,000, which is quite significant for literally...
These numbers don't mean anything to me. I mean, there is definitely a 25% or something like that difference there, which sounds like a good thing, but I think it's the next part where he shows us kind of a more graphical representation of the timing that sells us a bit more. So I'm gonna skip forward to that part. I didn't mean to say that people wanting the Linux support made it a good thing. I just was surprised to see people saying it was a bad thing because I thought that it was like a universally praised thing. But yeah, some people don't care about it. This guy in particular, Sylvan, is very passionate about bringing virtual reality to Star Citizen. So even if CIG didn't want to do it, you would probably still hear him at least talking about the possibilities of it. But I'm pretty sure they plan on making it available in VR.
A closer look behind the scenes. Well, let's take a look at this optic capture from that scene on Orson.
I appreciate you, Ronnie. Thank you.
Very helpful.
Have a good holiday.
For
Thanks for being here. Have a good week.
A detailed understanding of what's going on in our engine. This includes what every thread is doing and when it is doing it. So let's take a look at the main and render thread, which are relevant for us in this context. Let's zoom in. And let's take a look at one of those frames here. So at the top, we've got the main thread. The main thread is what you could say the heart of the whole engine. It pretty much orchestrates everything, like when entities get updated, when physics get calculated, when do we render, and so forth. One of the main tasks is to figure out which objects are in our view system and which objects we want to render. This is what the main thread does on top of here. Once we figure that out, all that work is pushed into a queue to be processed by the render thread. At the bottom, we've got the render thread. And this is a very CPU-intensive task, which is why it is leveraged by a completely dedicated thread.
So I don't think, for us normies, I think the important part here, or at least the thing that can help us quantify it, is
the render thread.
Yeah, this part. So like you get an idea of, if you look at the mouse, see the when he mouses over these things, the timing, it shows how long these things are taking. So if we go back to the render thread here, keep an eye on what this says.
To be processed by the render thread.
So like if you read the actual things, CD39 or CD3D9R, it's at 53 milliseconds. And I think at some point he mouses over something up here that matches that.
At the bottom, we've got the render thread. And this is a very CPU-intensive task, which is why it is leveraged.
Oh, sorry. I got that backwards. The main thread's on top.
By a completely dedicated thread. So what we can see here is that the render thread takes an immense amount of time to process one frame. In fact, it's so long that it even surpasses the work the main thread has to do. In this context, it means we are render thread bound, which means if we optimize the render, if we get it to run faster, we will see more FPS on the screen, as long as we are not GPU bound. So let's take a look at a Gen 12 frame. So here we've got a Gen 12 frame.
See, now when he mouses over it, oh, that's not the same.
Now the opposite is the case. The render thread runs faster than the main thread, which is indicated by this red bar here at the end.
Mouse over the other thing. He's showing us already that like it's shorter because of this chunk of content that used to need to be rendered doesn't take as long. And so if you get two threads running in parallel, I don't know how many threads are running in parallel because I barely understand this stuff, but if you got the render thread going and the main thread going at the same time, if the render thread is taking 50 milliseconds and the main thread is taking 45 milliseconds, then the game has to wait and catch up, or it has to wait for the render thread to catch up every time. So the main thread finishes its frame and then sits there and waits. And then it finishes its frame and it sits there and waits. And that supposedly causes problems. In this case, the render thread is making hypothetically 25 milliseconds, while the main thread is taking, let's say, 35. So the main thread never has to wait. The render thread finishes, and then it's like, okay, I'm good. I'm going to start working on the next one. And the main thread can keep flying through its own frames at the speed that it has to do that at. That's the way I understand it. They're basically just shifting the bottleneck from the render thread to the main thread, which is the more important part? I don't know. But yeah,
Means
and
the
that's
render
what this
thread
red box is showing.
has to wait for the main thread to finish. And hence, in render thread bound scenarios, as long as we're not bound by the GPU, we will see an FPS increase. And if we zoom out here, we can see that every frame the render thread is quite faster than the main thread. And yeah, waits up to 20 milliseconds on some frames. Whereas in Legacy, yeah, the opposite is the case, and the main thread has to wait. To summarize, with the current Gen 12 renderer, we saw a tremendous amount of API call reduction than before, and depending on the scene, 50 to 100% faster render thread performance. Let me emphasize again that all these numbers are not final, and we haven't been optimizing Gen 12 at all yet, and you can expect more improvements in the future. It also depends highly on the hardware you're running at, so once it hits live and you're using it, let me know how it's working for you. So what's coming next, you may ask? Well, once we're fully done with Gen 12 and we can actually run Vulcan, there's still a lot of optimizations we have to do, like actually completely getting rid of the render thread, employ a fully multi-threading rendering approach, doing async compute, and so much more.
Get rid of the render thread, all right.
This guy is the limit here. And since we're developing Vulcan in parallel at the moment, it is to be expected that once Gen 12 is fully working, it won't take long for you to have it in your hands too. But more about that in the future when it's actually ready.
Okay, so real quick, I want to go back to the video they originally released on it and look at the milestones they named. So let's see what milestone we're even at. I see Jad.
After this, that's where we'll start seeing the public milestones, and the first of that will be 100% usage of Gen 12 and none of the hybrid approach.
So is that where we are? Is anybody getting that sort of messaging that we're using new rendering architecture to improve performance? This milestone renders every scene object through the new renderer with optimizations and additional features such as Vulcan. I don't know, because yes, new scene rendering is one thing, but that doesn't necessarily mean that everything. Star Citizen monthly report in October. If we go to this bad boy, is this a tomato birthday stream? Rukin, dude, what the flippity? How's it going, man? Nah, dude, it's not a birthday stream. Birthday stream is in a few days. I don't know when I'm gonna do that. I might do that Friday or something. How you doing, bro? So if you go to the October work on the Gen 12 renderer, they say support for transient scene render passes was completed and collision checks for resource sets were added. Offline cube maps now use their own pipeline to allow for different feature sets. Lastly, lots of optimizations and cleanups were made all around. They never really give me the feeling here that they actually finished that milestone. Like, they didn't mention it's not my birthday. No, it's not my birthday for a few days. Variety stream? I don't even know. It depends on if the new update comes out by then or not. If 3.18 goes to PTU, then I'm probably gonna play that. Then again, I might do some Deep Rock Galactic, huh? How's that sound? How's that sound, Sonny? Happy Christmas and Merry New Year. Thank you. Appreciate it. Boop, 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 boop. Yeah, so I don't know what to say about Gen 12. I don't know if they've reached this milestone or not, because they didn't explicitly say that. So maybe I'll see if I can get an answer. Actually, let me see real quick if I can shoot a quick All right. I might maybe get an answer. We'll see. But I wanna know, because that's actually really interesting, because listen to these other milestones they have for this.
This will still be at DirectX 11, our current graphics API at this point. And then our second milestone will be the Vulcan API release.
Okay, yeah, so we're definitely not at Vulcan yet. So we have to be either at milestone 1 or not even there yet.
That will be optional at first, and then mandatory after we've removed all the bugs. And then a final milestone will be when we have performed the optimizations for multi-threading.
Read the update on
so that will
Spectrum?
only happen once the Vulcan is in place, and we can finally look at
The
the
Evo
performance on the
update?
final graphics API
Or
and optimize all the remaining code.
Or did they give a Gen 12 update on... Oh, right. Forgot about this. Good call. All right, let me see what this is. Hello. So they asked, earlier in the year, we were told Gen 12 was to be split across 3 to 4 patches, with the final iteration of it carrying the largest performance boosts, but it was delayed, granted the extra time. Okay, does this take... So this is literally the update we got. Thank you for pointing me towards this. Gideon, appreciate you. It's not my birthday. You know this. Don't Jack Axton me. But thank you for the 6. Thank you for the chat. DRG. I think this is the last one before a birthday stream. Yeah, dude. But I want to play some DRG. I want to start playing it more, actually. So hit me up, dude. Maybe we can play some tonight. Good to see you, though, man. We gotta link up. Rukin's one of my best friends of like all time, of all life, and we live super separate, so we don't get to see each other much. So we bond over some DRG nowadays. He says that's correct. Gen 12 is split across many patches. The first Gen 12 code was in 3.14, which was just post-processing effects. Gen 3.17 had all static geometry rendered with Gen 12, but transparent objects and other stuff was still on legacy. 3.18 will have all scene geometry and many more passes rendered in Gen 12. On top of that, we managed to get the pipeline-centric rendering workings as well, which is a very specialized code path to render one single view. Both of these combined and no longer having to render Legacy plus Gen 12 at the same time will improve render thread performance massively. How much this will have an effect on your overall frame rate, we still don't know. We've never tested it in a full release environment, but I'm eager to see some analysis from you once it's in your hands. There are still a few more passes to port, GPU skinning, lens flares, damage map rendering. Okay, so that means we are not at milestone 1 yet. Or maybe we are, because he's also saying 3.18 is the biggest milestone for Gen 12. This marks the point where we can finally get rid of all the legacy rendering code, and that is a lot. So I guess they didn't have to port everything over to Gen 12 to start getting rid of all the other stuff. They just needed to get scene rendering, is what he's saying. And so now they can start to kind of flush out all the old code while continuing to add on to the new code. Yeah, Deep Rock Galactic, sorry, is DRG. Well, thank you, Gideon. I appreciate you, and thanks, AK Flint, for the sub. Much appreciation. So yeah, we still have 3 categories, it looks like, in Gen 12 to get that all ported over, but they can start to clear things out on the backside. Hold on a second. They are all in? It's saying he's saying that they still have to do these 3, right? Gen 12, or GPU skinning, lens flares, and damage map rendering. Expect to see that in our monthly reports in the coming months. It would be really nice to have options to disable or enable things like lens flare. We are hesitant to We're hesitant towards any options which disable certain graphic features to provide a coherent experience. Having more options complicates the rendering pipeline. That's the hardest tech to engineer. What is that? Gen 12? The renderer? I don't think it's never existed, right? It's just their version of the renderer for their engine. In that video on the bottom at 9:30, he says we are in mixed mode right now.
Hey everyone, I'm Silva. I'm engine programmer here at CRG, working on. So Gen 12 in a nutshell is our new renderer, and we came up with this name.
Read the other thread. I'm all over the place. I can finally say with certainty that the first generation of Gen 12 will be in 3.18. Okay. Well, that's confusing. So, okay, the first generation doesn't require all of the things to be ported. I guess this is what he's saying. There were a few GPU crashes we were facing, and most likely there are still a few left somewhere, but it's a stable enough release for 3.18. Cool. We still have the whole legacy pipeline included in 3.18 as a safety fallback, but with Gen 12 now on for everyone, it does mean we can finally nuke the 20-year-old legacy CryEngine renderer. That must be so great. They haven't optimized it yet. The next step will be to finish off Gen 12. It's so confusing. So I'm guessing what he's saying is that the first version of Gen 12 doesn't include all of the things being passed over, but it is in 3.18. So the next step will be for them to finish off those last passes, optimize it, and then add the Vulcan renderer, which is their second milestone out of 3. At least what they set up back in 2021. Okay. Interesting. Well, this is good news. It's not my birthday, dang it. It's solid to see progress on the renderer. Definitely, of all things, like, that's probably one of the best ways they'll be able to optimize, right? You have been informed that today is my birthday. It's not my birthday, but thank you for the happy birthday. I appreciate it. Okay. Last but not least is persistent entity streaming. Arguably the most important part of Alpha 3.18. This is persistence. This is the real deal. It's not all of the real deal, but it's like the important part. This is going to allow objects to just chill in shards for, we don't really know how long, but over time I'm sure they'll extend the amount of time. I bet it won't actually be that long here at first. But this is the tech that Chris is always talking about with his coffee mug. Chris and your coffee mug. I await the day he'll be able to actually go in the game and drop his mug in a forest, but this is gonna allow you to put something somewhere and come back to it later. Leave your ship somewhere and come back to it later. Like, not actually see things disappear when you leave them behind. And at least in this first iteration, it's going to be pretty limited, but as it goes, as it scales out, this is going to lead to you being able to create caches of weapons or bases out there on the planet that you'll come back to in weeks or months or days. The reason this isn't as significant as it could be is because it's missing a matchmaking service. So the way it's going to work, let me pull up a little thing real quick. We love our graphics. Oh, geez, do I not? Replication layer? Nope, that's not gonna have it. Ooh, I might not have the correct Here it is. Okay. So the way it works right now is basically like this. There's one instance that you're on. Okay, no, actually, it's not like that. It's like this. You have a bunch of instances running, and each of those instances are controlled by a server, and we're all the clients connected to that server in that instance, right? So whenever a server 30Ks, this dies, and we all get disconnected. But whenever your computer crashes, just one of these clients down here gets disconnected. So what they want to do is connect each of these servers to the replication layer. And what the replication layer does is keeps the absolute kind of like the true timeline of whatever that server is. So even if the server dies, the replication layer has been backing it up to what's called the entity graph to make sure that what died on that server doesn't actually go away. So at that point, you can crash, your computer can crash, your dog can crash, the server can crash, anything can crash, and you'll always be able to come back to that same progress you had, at least in terms of like the objects and where they were. The problem with this is, like I said before, there's no matchmaking service, so we can't actually load into the same server on purpose. You might get it, you might get lucky, but for the most part, once you leave the server, there's really nothing actually keeping you linked to that server. So if you have a friend there, you're good. If you have an org mate there, you're good. Somebody you can join on at all times in that server, then you can always get back there and your stuff will always persist. But we don't have that actually available to us right now. The replication layer can crash, but the entity graph, I mean, technically the entity graph can also crash, but I think the overall game would just be screwed if if that happened. Like different shards on an MMO. Yeah, so that's where we're getting to now. Now that they've added the replication layer and they've got the persistence going with PES, what they want to do is split out shards and make them persistent with that matchmaking. So much like the servers were before, we would have multiple shards, each of which would connect to the replication layer and have its own group of clients. This is where server meshing comes in. That's what that is. And basically, over time, they want to have a bunch of shards with a bunch of people playing on them. And you should be able to drop between shards, but there's going to be some complications with that. So that's kind of a very, very disjointed explanation of how persistent entity streaming leads into server meshing. But persistent entity streaming adds persistence to the game. And I think it's a pretty big deal. I don't know how many other games do this on a long-term basis. But it's a big deal for a game like Star Citizen for sure, which went from you couldn't even keep things for more than a quarter to now you can set something down and it might last that long in-game. How long is the time between Evocati and live? It's different all the time. Your apologies, you've been misinformed, but the wishes still stand for when your birthday comes around. Yeah, no, you're good. It's all good. My birthday is in like 3 days, so you're not that far off. But yeah, there's not really too much to explain with persistent entity streaming. They do have a video on here, which will probably give a better understanding of it. But the important part is to understand that it's a big deal feature and it's doing a lot for the game, but much like Gen 12, the actual impact of it probably won't be felt all that much by most people now. And I think it's easy to underplay that as well, or downplay that. Because even though you might not come back to your own stuff persisting, all of the people who have fought battles and crashed, all of the people who have low-flied and crashed, the people who fell down at a base and dropped all their loot, the people who fell in the cave that you're in. Like, imagine you could go to the bottom of a cave and find someone's leftover loot. All of that stuff will still exist. You might just not get your own stuff back. So it's still going to open up a lot of new gameplay opportunities. It's going to make each server feel like they have their own history and own interesting things to discover. And depending on how effective it is, maybe it will add to exploration gameplay. We don't know entirely how it's going to go until PTU hits wave 1. But oh, this is not what we were looking for. But we can get a couple of answers, at least to the most important questions from this segment. Let me see if they've... So here's the explanation of it and everything. Let's listen in.
Persistent entity streaming is?
It's a persistent entity streaming is a system that allows us to persist the entire game world and restore it from disk so that it's never lost and changes from players are meaningful.
Scott, we don't know when matchmaking will be coming in, actually. I hope it's a 3.19 thing, but I doubt it. I don't think it will be a thing. And actually, maybe they mentioned it. It might not be coming until server meshing is coming in. That's what I would set my expectations for.
And what's that look like to the player? How will players know if PES is working or not?
They're gonna know because every time they come back to the same server, the state will be the same. So if you leave a ship, a can, or any kind of items in the world, it'll stay there.
Time between Evo and live is usually like a few weeks to a month.
Part of this is something that
it's gone a while though. It's been like up to a month and a half.
Some items will be covered under lifecycle management, which they'll get recycled, right? Because obviously we need some kind of janitorial system behind the scenes. But there also are discussions about gameplay to do that, to help players, to get players to help us clean up the game world. But yes, that's a new avenue that persistent entity streaming opens up.
All right, so we brought everyone up to speed on what PES is. Let's get to the updates. Now, last time we heard anything was from Chris's letter from the chairman back in May,
to hear the
where we
updates
just
because
dropped.
We've already let's see what's happening in the last 3 months. Deployment teams has the recent change in server count had any effect on PES testing? So really, because all this stuff is outdated, we know PES is getting in. A lot of this is just an update on how PES is doing. But he basically described it much more simply than I did. It makes everything persist and stay. It's a big deal. This is a huge deal for the game. The last time we had a persistence update in the game was with Alpha 3.8.2 when they started baby persistence. That was the first time that you were able... Oh, Certified Gumbo, thank you for the sub, by the way. Resubbing up at tier 1, I appreciate you. I chuckled there because some people may not know that we used to not be able to go more than 3 months without having a reset. Like, every quarter you would get wiped of your progress. People hated it. And so in 3.8.2, they finally changed that to the point where, okay, you don't lose all your progress between quarters, but you're still going to lose it all the time when you're playing the game normally. And this is the time when they're finally closing that gap and saying, okay, now everything is going to stick around and you can keep your progress for a longer amount of time. That's a huge change. This is the reason they're wiping the patch. Yeah, that will be great, Witch Space. It's also, yeah, required for server meshing to work. It's actually... it's a large part of the work that goes into server meshing. If you go down here and let's say search for PES, the foundational tech that enables server meshing, it's the hardest part of the work needed for server meshing and is the one that was required the most engineering. Fundamentally changes how we record state in the universe and delivers a level of persistence that you just don't see in other games. Needs citation. Whether they are MMOs or even single player experiences. Up until now, all persistence in the game has been tied to a player's inventory, ships you own, or items you hold physically, or in the virtual inventories of items you own, like a backpack. If you physically attached an item inside your vehicle, say a rifle to a weapon rack, when you log out or store the vehicle, it will remember all the attached items and anything in that vehicle's virtual inventory. However, if you drop or place something loosely... What is going on? Somebody drop members. Depa... Wait, what? Depa, you came back and dropped 5 more memberships after telling me you were done for the day? Like, oh my gosh. It's Star Citizen Episode 6, Depa Strikes Back. Dude, thank you so much. I wasn't expecting another membership drop. Appreciate you for the early birthday gift. Thank you. Where was I? If you drop or place something loosely, even inside a ship you own, it won't be associated with any player inventory. So when you log out, the item will not be there when logging in or rejoining. With PES, we are recording the state of every dynamic object in the game, irrelevant of whether it is owned or held by a player. That's the big thing. That's the entity graph. It's storing all those objects even if nobody has, interacted with it. That means that you could drop a gun or a med pen in a forested area on Microtech and return several days later after logging out to find the gun or med pen still there. The problem with PES, as I said before, is there is no matchmaking service to point you towards the server where that gun or med pen would be. So you have to have some other way of finding that server, like a friend or an org mate who stayed in there the whole time, or you have to get lucky. And it'll be that case probably until we get server meshing. Let's see, there's a little bit more where they talk about the replication layer and stuff that I was just mentioning. The replication layer, which is a separate service and in its final form will have multiple worker nodes based on player concurrency, allows you to track and communicate the state of the universe in real time and separate the simulation from the state. This is especially important for scalability as clients do not need to wait for a server to simulate to see state change around them, as both clients and servers communicate their results to the replication layer, which is then reflected to all clients. My birthday is indeed coming up. You got it. Yeah, I'm a December kid. We have a busy December. We've got Christmas, my birthday, my sister's birthday, our wedding anniversary, New Year's. December's a lot. Let's see. This is especially important for scalability as clients do not need to wait for a server to simulate. Oh, sorry, I read that already. Because the replication layer service does not need to simulate, it can communicate state change to clients at a fixed frequency and is not bound to simulation time, which should lead to a better experience for players. For PES to work, both the entity graph and replication layer need to be functional. In terms of engineering, this was the biggest technical challenge and required a fundamental reworking of how the game handles authority and state changes of entities. In addition, a whole host of new online services were needed to support the replication layer and the entity graph. To support PES, we needed to create 12 new services. For server meshing, only 4 more services are currently planned. So you can see just how much foundational tech for server meshing is in PES. So that's kind of the big one. At least in terms of the services they needed to create, persistent entity streaming took 75% of all services needed for server meshing. So we don't know necessarily what that means, if they are definitely going to get the, if that means server meshing is easier from here on, or maybe those extra 4 services are very dense, but it does mean that persistent entity streaming was a large milestone for them delivering into the game. So it's very good that we finally got to see this added. And I think it rounds out a pretty good update in Alpha 3.18. And with that, my friends, this has been your 4-hour preview. I think I'll do this every patch. 4-hour preview of the upcoming update. Everything you need to know about it, at least as far as I know, and all the little details. I'm happy with it though. It took a while. It took a lot of updates, and I'm really bummed out at how much it had to get delayed to work. I wish we had seen this in September and 3.19 in December, and then maybe we could expect 4.0 next summer. But at this point, this makes 4.0 look like it's no sooner than next winter, around this time next year. So the delays are a bummer, and they always will be. But once the delays are over and the technology is actually being delivered, I can't help but be grateful that the technology is actually being delivered, you know? I personally never suffer from believing that they're going to just straight up cancel the things that they're doing when it comes to things like the persistence and the server meshing and stuff like that. But I do understand that a lot of projects like this, sometimes they just stop hearing about this stuff and it just doesn't happen. And the game kind of changes without anything being said. And this game has changed, but like stuff like persistent entity streaming, like Gen 12, object container streaming, server meshing, seeing that stuff go into the game makes me feel a lot better about the realistic nature of this game happening. Now you gotta rewind and watch the first 2 hours. Enjoy them. Developers will be lining up to buy server meshing. Imagine something like Call of Duty with gigantic maps and thousands of players. I think other studios are working on their own version. I don't think CIG is going to be alone in their networking for very long. Even if they are right now, I don't know what the market looks like. Any word on 3.18? Not yet. We just finished a big ol' review, or preview rather, of what's coming, but we don't have any word on when it might be happening. Don't know when 3.18 arrives. Static server meshing's been around for a while. Yeah, the stuff they're doing with the meshing is there's an entire game engine built off of that kind of stuff. And as far as I'm aware, it is technology that's been used a lot in the financial sector. So it's not new technology by any means, but it is valuable to have in your game engine. There's not a lot of applications for persisting non-inventory items and shards outside of SC. Right, MMOs would probably be the most realistic games for that. MMOs, city builders, maybe RTS. Hey, nobody, no problem. Better late than never. Just able to really watch, can you start over? The nice part about YouTube is you can replay the whole stream if you'd like to. Wasn't Spatial OS an attempt at server meshing? Yeah, that's actually what I was talking about. Spatial OS is an engine built off of the idea of server meshing, and it's used, I think. Sly Israel, thank you for coming. Thank everybody who came and listened, followed along, watched, enjoyed how I stumbled through my words. I could not speak today. Today is just one of those days. I think I'm going to finish today off with another episode of Foundation. Recently started that back up. And like, I did my Andor watch through and I want some more sci-fi. Probably move on from here to The Expanse. Having a good December for TV shows. But until then, I'm actually working on a video for Starfield, and I'm working on a video to describe why Star Citizen gets progress wiped. That one hopefully will be coming out this Saturday, and it'll have like a little kind of guide for people on what to do leading up to the wipe, and it'll also have an explanation for when we have seen wipes and why we see them for like the newcomers. Probably not going to be as interesting as my last few videos with the feature stuff, but I see the question a lot of like, why do we wipe? And I think a quick to the point video that gives all the background would be a solid thing to have out there on YouTube. Make sure to join me on Wednesday. It's not going to be my birthday stream. I think maybe I'll do an extra birthday stream on Thursday. I'm not really sure. But make sure to join me Wednesday so that I can tell you when the birthday stream will be, because I'll be doing it sometime and then during this week, and we'll do like an extra long stream. I don't know if it'll be a subathon or anything, but we'll do like a good 6 to 8 hours of gameplay, whether that's Deep Rock Galactic, Star Citizen 3.18, or I don't know, Doki Doki Literature Club. Could be anything. But we will be doing something on Wednesday, a lot of it, and then something even more on the birthday. Not turning 26, I'm turning 30. A good old 30 this time. Let's see, who can we... Oh, I'll send y'all on to Space Cutlet. My man's playing some Star Citizen. Go check him out. See what he's up to, see what he's doing. Have some fun. Drop those tomates in chat and let them know I say hey. But again, thank you everybody for being here. Thanks for all the support, folks, for answering the poll, for just watching the stream, for giving subs, super chats, bits, whatever it was. I appreciate it. It means a lot to me. I just enjoy being here, and the fact that you guys help support it so that we can keep doing it is kind of unreal to me. Depa, thanks for being such a big one today. You're a homie. I appreciate that. I'm getting over the mountain with 40. I am. I'm actually going to start marking things off my bucket list because, you know, getting up there. Anyways, I love y'all. You guys are great. Always have a blast doing this. I will see you on Wednesday, maybe for some gameplay. Maybe we'll do more talking. Who knows? But until then, have a good one. Have a good week. I'll catch y'all later.